Hello. How's it going, everyone? I think I'm ready. I think I'm ready after spending all day outside in some prior engagement. I finally got in here and locked in and did a bunch of stuff. Are we crying? Not yet. Not yet. We're just starting. Give us a few minutes. So first of all, for the non-social media, uh, I don't even know what to say. Viewers, engagers, whatever that is. Here's the image for the new episode. Episode 7. I almost didn't do an image for this one tonight because I didn't have ideas, and then I remembered, oh yeah, I did have an idea, I just forgot about it. It's kind of based on that one skit from Tom and Jerry. You might know the one where Tom is trying to fool Jerry into coming close to him by grabbing some random book and just laughing at the contents. And Jerry's like, what's so funny? And also because, the answer to the mystery is pretty funny. Making covers, I've done covers for every single one. They've gotten more complex, but I've done an image for every single one. Usually I take a background from the actual game and then I just put some drawings on top of it. And I started using numbers since episode 5. I'm gonna have an awesome spread by the end of this. It'll be all worth it. Also, big news. As you know, we finished an episode and we're about to start a new one, so you know what that means. That's right, it means it's time to make another poll. But, however, there is something else that I want you to do. And it is a little bit more important, so we're gonna leave the poll for later. The poll can wait, because we still need to do tea parties. There's a little bit of extra time. But this is urgent. Invalid parameters specified. No, I do everything manually. Like a moron. Remember that one form that I sent you like the last few streams that was asking who is Beto Riche? Well, this is the same one, but we've expanded it and added some extra questions. And you should answer them right now. You need to answer them. One of the questions is, what is Beto Riche? It's still there if you want to answer it again. But the other ones are completely new and are for you to consider. Thank you, Laha, for the 11 months. Hang on. I need to reply to this. I need to do my counter move. Why is this poll asking for the 3 wacky numbers on my credit card? Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it, just answer. That is not one of the questions. Yeah, every single one of these questions is really important and is something worth considering for this for the end of the story. These are like the big questions that you should have been considering. Notice how I do not ask you what is the answer to the epitaph in this form. And that is because one, the answer is very long, and two, I honestly don't think it's that important to the story. The epitaph itself, the existence of the epitaph is important, but the answer to the epitaph, not as much. We already have one answer here. Who is this? Who is answering questions here? No, I guess I shouldn't look at it right now. I should wait for more people to submit. Whoa. That's a crazy answer. Okay. With that out of the way, I think I'm going to start the tea parties of episode 6. Not even episode 7. We're still in the tea parties. We need to do that first. Holy crap, what is going on? Hang on. Here we are. Wrong one. There. Here it is. Episode 6. Tea parties. Number 1. Thank you. I enjoyed doing it as well. So what is this tea party about? Because I honestly don't remember. Then let the pair exchange their rings. Beato took Badler's hands and put a ring with the seal of the one-winged deal on his finger. The ring was just as fucked up and painful as Erika's, if not more. But since it was Beato putting it on, Badler liked it and was like, hell yeah. Are you sure? You already are the territory lord. So, this ring belongs to you, Badler-san. You're really sure? At this rate, the world you created, and the tale. Yes. I created this tale because I wish to be with you. That means the purpose of this world has been fulfilled. So, from now on, I want you to write it. The continuing tale of you and me. Or is doing it like that too awkward for you? I'm just pushing the tiresome task of territory lord onto you anyway. It's much easier being the wife, where you only have to brag. I just need to play around and wait for you to write a new tale. And for each new tale you write, I'll play any part you need. Be it an evil witch or a rival, a lover, or a wife. My tales are pretty intense. You'll be busy from dawn until dusk. Indeed. Bring it on. Beato's hand relinquished the ring of the territory lord. From Badler, she received a silver ring with a crest that could only be worn by the wife of the territory lord. They exchanged their rings, and their wedding was complete. She is. Then the pair turned around, faced the packed crowd of guests, and raised their rings high. A thunderous applause rang out for them. As a memorial to this night's events, the Great Territory Lord will now recognize the accomplishments of certain people. Let those called come forward. At Battler's nod, Battler read the name of the first guest to be recognized. Ganon, come forward. Ganon-kun? A girl goat pushed her way through the crowd, took off her mask, and yelled, "Hell yeah, that's what I'd call her. She is the girl goat." A cloud of gold butterflies gathered before Battler and Beato, and took the form of Ganon, kneeling in front of these two nobles. Ganon had already died and vanished. However, all of the dead revive in the Golden Lands. No, right here. When my husband was locked up and in danger, you rescued him and displayed your capability for self-sacrifice by choosing to remain in that eternal prison in his place. Such devotion is deserving of an award. Therefore, we will allow for your resurrection, as well as your continued service. Yes, ma'am. I am honored and delighted. Ganon-kun! Yoshia-kun! Yoshia-kun! Jessica raced forward and landed sobbing in Ganon's chest. Ganon patted her head gently and held her. You won't be serving as furniture. You'll be serving as a human. Do you understand what that means? Yes. After glancing at Jessica sobbing, he looked at Battler again and nodded forcefully. Now for the next pair. Ushinomiya George and Shannon. Come forward. Yes, George and Shannon were the next to be called. Perhaps they already readied themselves. They walked forward boldly and kneeled. Classic George. Ushinomiya George, right here. Shannon, right here. You two would separate and pour first trial until the very end. Your great achievements in affection, determination, and ability were exemplary and deserving of an award. Therefore, your merit certificate has been issued with the Territory Lord's signature. We are honored and delighted. No one will be allowed to object to the certificates. Let the families of those recognized bless their union with all their heart. And so, now there's nothing stopping these two. Let's all throw rights at them and celebrate. Hey, congrats you two! When the Territory Lord claps his hands in celebration, it spread throughout the entire cathedral. Then, a group of goats in the front line of the crowd took their masks off one by one. Listen up, okay? I'll never forgive you if you make too much salty miso soup. And George is getting a little overweight, so go easy on the sugar. George, when a man gets married, he's got to treasure his wife even more than his parents. No matter what your mother says, you make sure you protect Shannon-chan. Yes, of course. George-san. Anyway, George needs to be asleep by 7. I'll never forgive you if you let him stay up late. And don't forget that washing his back and cleaning his ears are also a wife's responsibilities. Is that true? What have I done? Wife's shock can be, depending on the family. Riddle-san, have you been treasuring your wife? Of course. Why do you doubt that? Find happiness, you two. Marriage isn't a goal. It's just a sideline, okay? Oh! Congratulations! Congratulations! What are you? Congratulations! We mustn't lose either. Yeah, no, we were losing, damn it. All of the Yoshinomiya family, all of the servants, and all of the spirits and demons in attendance. Celebrate the honorees with an even greater applause. And so, the curtain closes on the tale woven by the Golden Witch. Perhaps we should finish this tale with the epitaph. Oh? The following is the passage of the Golden Land. From the epitaph of the Golden Witch. The witch shall praise the wise and bestow 4 treasures. One shall be all the gold from the Golden Land. One shall be the resurrection of all the dead souls. One shall be the resurrection of the love that was lost. One shall be to put the witch to sleep for all time. Sleep peacefully, my beloved witch, Beatrice. Uh-oh. So, this means Battle was satisfied and put to sleep. That interpretation is probably appropriate. And now that the game is over, Oni-chan will be released, right? What will he do next? Who knows? The book of this fragment tells no more of the story. They did say it was the last one. So, in the end, we don't even get to see what comes next for him. Nothing comes next for him. In the end, Oni-chan and the others never came back. They reached the Golden Land and had a great time together there. Even if the tale tells us that, the truth is that everyone died in that huge accident. Still, we've learned a lot of very interesting things. Seems that island really was a crazy island of illusions. Indeed. And your reading was truly wonderful. I feel worn out. Like watching a 6-hour movie all at once. It wasn't a 6-hour movie. It was like a 20-hour movie. I'm tired. Ushiramiya, Anji. You truly have worked hard. Your reading has soothed my boredom. But I, Federine, am more grateful to you than I have been for so many years that I cannot remember. If you're grateful, why can't I have some kind of award too? What would be good? Give me some time. I will think. Federine sat down in her rocking chair and rocked it, apparently trying to think of something. Ushiramiya Anji, you really have worked hard. You have done well to keep reading for me until the end. With this, your responsibilities as my Miko are lifted. You may return to your original world and be reunited with the fate you have been given. You can go to the island, jump off a cliff or whatever. Sheesh. Feels like this was one hell of a side trip. Do not pout. I am thinking of a reward now. Yes, that's something I haven't done much. Or rather, at all. For quite some time. I imagine the ink from the bottle has dried up by now. Even after the tale ended. Oh, this fucking track. I love this track. This one is called Thank. This is one of the thank you, but it's not thank you for being born. That's the one from episode 4. Thanks to all the people, I think it's called. I don't remember the exact phrasing. Even after the tale ended, Anjay and Hachiyo's debate over it continued for quite some time. It had been very serious and fiery. Thanks for all the people. Yes, I was right for once. Anjay had acknowledged that this tale was no crazy literary work. Play scary songs only. Now we need to unlock the music box for that. But a new message bottle, which had drifted here, once more from the Rokenjima 12 years previous. To tell her of one truth. And it seemed as though she had found her own interpretation of the truth she thought the tale was trying to tell. Of course, that was only one truth. And it did not mean an end to her journey. However, maybe it can be viewed this way. It wasn't sufficient to fill the 12-year gap in her heart. However, at that moment, just enjoying the feeling along with the bitter coffee Hachiyo had made was enough. Thank you for reading until the end. And thank you for your thoughts and opinions. Well, now we know why the track is called that. I'm sure the very first Endless Witch is happy. Wow, so you can bring yourself to say stuff like that. If you just talk like that from the beginning, you have tons more fans. I am merely praising the wonderful reading that you most certainly are. I just wanted to say that spending the time I had left in my life writing for you alone was much more productive than writing for those pigs who do not talk and cannot think would have been. That's just the kind of thing you'd be better off not saying. Well, I'll take it as a compliment. Okay. I get the feeling that I've spent a really, really long time here. It feels as though I've spent a major fraction of my life here. Though it should feel uncomfortable, sitting here on a sofa in someone else's house. For some strange reason, it feels as familiar as my own home. However, the clock says it's only been about 2 or 3 hours since I met her. My sense of time feels very strange. Your friend seems to be taking his time. It must be a long phone call. It's creepy for a guy to talk that long on the phone. He said he was going to make a scheduled report to Okonogi-san, didn't he? Even though he was told that he could use the phone here, he declined and went to look for a public phone somewhere. Something about how he didn't want to risk being bugged. He's a moron, so I'll let him do what he wants. Is the nearest public phone far? If you go out onto the street, there's a store in the corner a short ways down. Then I'll be on my way. You can use this to pay for food or whatever. If I let you keep that money, will you come again? Read my next manuscript and tell me your opinions? You're willing to pay rolls of money to get an uncute girl like me to read your manuscript? No. You really were a good, clear-thinking reader. We create these tales and throw them out onto the world in search of people like you. You praise me too much. I just take books a little too seriously. As thanks for the considerable time you have given to me, I will someday write your tale. Am I going to appear in one of your forgeries again? I hope you kill me in a slightly better way this time. Do you like miracles? Do you mean like a Deus Ex Machina plot developments? I used to hate them, but recently I've become a big fan. Still, I've become a bit of a picky eater, and simply falling from a skyscraper and ended up unharmed doesn't quite qualify as a miracle to me anymore. Then, perhaps one day, I will write a tale that you will consider a miracle. I'm really sorry for barging in all of a sudden and saying all kinds of mean things. No. It was a worthwhile conversation. I wonder if my head editor will set up another meeting between the two of us. Sure, if there's another chance for me. See you again. Have a nice day. Yes, it may happen again sometime. I pray that you find your truth. Thank you. If you ever do reach a truth of your own, please try making that a tale as well someday. You want me to become one of your witches? I wonder. I'm bad at writing. A good reader isn't necessarily a good writer, you know. Ah, quite true. I myself can never read anything written by anyone else. Sheesh. Then, I'm off. After this, I will probably never see you again. But I pray that I will be fortunate enough to meet another you someday. Somewhere. Can I ask one question? Go ahead. That Featherine witch who appeared within the tale. That's you, right? It may be presumptuous to say it, but that was my intention. This might be a strange question, but, are you Featherine? Or is Featherine you? I didn't put that one in the poll because I guess I should have put it in the poll. You can answer that if you want in the chat. Well then, what might you be talking about? That mysterious woman was mysterious to the last. And so, the day of which I had no memories ended. And on the following day, I would take a boat to Nijima. I'll probably never meet her again. However, that just means that I won't meet her, so some other me might meet her somewhere down the road. Just as I have reached several truths, they must also want to reach the truth. So long, Featherine. If you ever write a decent story, please call me again. If I'm free, I might drop by. No problem. It's the most luxurious escort job I've had yet. I'd almost like to invite you along, sir. I'll take a pass on that. I don't remember what voice I did for this guy. It was like not fitting at all. I remember that much. You know how old I am. I'm done running around all over the place. The person on the other end of the line was Okonogi. Wait a second, Camilla, I just saw your badge. It's Bubsy. Did you know? I just saw your badge and I was not distinguishing what was going on in there, and I just assumed, oh, that's Patamon from Digimon. Because when you see it from very far away, it looks like Patamon from Digimon. And then I thought, wait a second, why would there be a Digimon badge? They would never do that. It would be a good badge, I'm gonna say it. I would want the Patamon badge. Okonogi was also a man who tended to move from place to place. So it hadn't been easy to catch him even on the phone. Our trip's been pretty cool, and right now there's no need to run around. Sumadera Kasumi is searching for you like mad. That would be a pretty good badge, yeah. Just like your Lego Man badge. According to our informants, he's already gotten us right through Okenjima. You'll bump into her there. So, just as planned. It'll likely be just 5 or 6 people at most. And they'll probably be armed with nothing more than handguns. They're no match for you. Feel free to run wild, but make sure you kill them. Were you able to acquire one of your favorite toys? Of course. I'm surprised you managed to arrange for it in this country. Behind the Makusa was the rental car they'd borrowed under a false name, inside of which was now a black golf bag. The Sumadera head family has already given the okay, but make sure you get out of Japan as soon as you're done. Don't forget to buy your cup ramen by the box in Narita before your flight out. I'll take care this time. It's an easy job. I'm lingering on this part. The Sumadera head family has already given the okay. That is ruthless. That is quite ruthless. That is brutal. Also, you do understand about that, right? That? Well, I'm not sure what you mean. Playing dumb, are we? Well, that's okay. Despite how you talk, you've never betrayed my expectations in the past. If you're clever about it, you won't even have to get your hands dirty. There should be plenty of ways to handle it. I'm not sure what you're talking about. I realized that Anje-chan is a child to be pitied. If only she could have stayed true to that and acted the part of a secluded young lady. When we decided to join forces after Eva-san's death, we reached an agreement. This little portable shrine of ours is important. She's also a liability. This is for the sake of world peace as well, okay? So, watch and see how it goes. I hope those Sumadera black suits know how to shoot a gun, right? What is it, sir? Don't tell me that, after a few days on the run. You and Anja-chan have already hooked up. Me and that bratty little girl? Please. Well, it's not like I care. It just means you finally managed to break free enough that you can take passes at girls, right? Half the world is made up of women. You'll never last if just 1 or 2 of them make you freeze up. Oh, speak of the devil. She's here. Guess that's all for today. I'll contact you after I reach our lodgings on Nijima. Later. Anja was walking down the street. Why'd she have to do that when I told her to wait for me to come back? Whoa! Amakusa narration. It's gonna be like 5 lines, but whoa. If only she wasn't like this, she might have lived a long life. That was a pretty long call. I was so tired of waiting that I left. Sorry about that. How was it for you, lady? Did you learn anything interesting? It was interesting. I've harvested all I need. Sounds cool. After Amakusa opened the passenger side door, Anjay got in the car. Amakusa quickly went around to the driver's seat. Then, let's head for the harbor. According to the old man, the Sumadera family has set up a net. If we do get caught, then that's the measure of my luck. If we don't, then Rokenjima is waiting for me. Let's leave it all to luck. Luck, is it? When you can't decide what to do, or when it doesn't matter either way. It's not so bad to entrust your fate to a coin toss. Then I guess I'll try leaving it to luck too. I gotta admit, I'm a fan of that kind of thing. Great. My bodyguard just said he's gonna leave everything to luck. Wonderful. I had to leave for that phone call, so I totally missed the clincher. What happened to her after I left? Let's hear it. No, I'm not telling. That's a shame. The car dashed through the hilly town. That car wouldn't return to Hachiyo's house for all eternity. However, Anji didn't get sentimental about it. For now, she just wanted to silently consider the new message bottle that the current endless witch, Hachiyo Toya, had given her. In the rearview mirror, the town where a witch lived faded off into the distance. However, that scene wasn't reflected in Anjay's eyes. Logo? Well, that's one of the most pleasant tea parties we've had in ever, honestly. Usually tea parties are a big downer or a fuck you or something like that. There were some ominous lines being said there, but overall it was a pretty optimistic one. Episode 2 party was pretty fun. Yeah, I guess so. Me trying to remember what you mean and going, wait a second. Hold on a second. Wasn't the episode 2 tea party where until Valer fucked it? Okay, yeah, it's what I think it is. Yeah, you're right. You're right. It was pretty cool until that moment. Okay, we got one more. One more tea party, and then we're starting episode 7. But before we start episode 7, we're putting out the poll. The other poll. The poll we usually do. The one anybody can answer. So what's this? What's going on here? Lambda, where are you? Just having to say that felt like admitting defeat. And I didn't like it. Why is it that she's always so obnoxious and clingy when I don't need her? And then won't answer when I call her name? Where am I? Annoyed by the completely predictable ending, I'd left the cathedral. I'd planned on finding some terrace with a cool night's breeze to kill time on until the end of that farcical reception. It's true that I lived to find somewhere desolate so that I wouldn't have to look at people. But this is a bit ridiculous. I, the great Brinkastel, am lost? A miracle like that certainly wouldn't happen. Yes, miracles don't exist in this world. Hang on, I forgot to change the name of the game. Fuck. We are still in Dawn. We're still in Dawn. We haven't moved on to the next one. We're still in Dawn. To create a miracle, you need an amount of time that can never be reached. Dissolve in episode 1. A period that's no different from infinity. So when something that appears to be a miracle happens in a shorter span of time than that, it's not a miracle, but the product of someone's design. In other words, the reason I'm walking down this corridor is because someone's design has forced me here. Who? Who would have pulled such a complicated prank on me? It looks like you're quite the shy one, calling me out to a desolate place like this. Then, from the other end of the dark corridor, I heard a sound. Patter, 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 patter. It sounded as though some small animal, like a dog or a cat, was walking at a quick pace. No miracle would cause a dog or a cat to be in a place like this. Such a miracle would not be allowed. Since it isn't a miracle, that means I'm being guided in that direction. Very well. This might be some new theme to keep me entertained. If this is some new joke of Lambda's, I'll cover her whole body with honey using my tongue as a reward. Oh, and then I'll stick parasol chocolates into her eyes and tell her never to do it again. In the direction the noise had come from, it was not only dim, but shrouded in complete darkness. However, I could sense something in that darkness. There were two emerald green glints, probably cat eyes. The eyes of a black cat that peered through the darkness. Are you the one that called me here? Or are you just a messenger? When I looked at my feet, I saw red cat footprints leading towards those cat eyes. The marks were unsettling, as though the cat had run through a pool of blood. When my eyes adjusted to darkness, then, even with the lack of lights, I was vaguely able to make out these red footprints. They weren't actually glowing or anything, but they served perfectly well as a signpost leading me onwards. Patter, 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 patter. This is an interesting scene, because it's a scary scene, but the narrator is not afraid at all. As though it was telling me to follow. The cat turned around and dashed off into the darkness. Umineko yellow paint, everybody's falling victim to it. That's it. Something feels very strange. It's a feeling I haven't felt since I began calling myself the cruelest witch in the world. I can't quite remember what this feeling is. Still, for one as tired of boredom as me, it's surely more fun this way. I followed the bloody footprints of the cat, which would sometimes stop and look back at me, and walked on and on through the dark corridor. Forward, turn, head down what appeared to be stairs from time to time, and then, though I couldn't really tell because of the darkness, it went in through the crack of a door. Yes. Here. I pushed the door open slowly, but it was dark on the inside, just like the corridor. However, the air and the slight change in echoes made by the footsteps told me that this was a room, not a corridor. The sounds of the cat's footsteps were gone. However, the bloody footprints remained. Oh! Is this a real photo? Because it is. The outline on the lamp made me think that this isn't a real photo. This looks more like a drawing somebody made. Or maybe they went crazy with the editing. On the other side was some sort of wooden screen. Under what looked like a small spotlight. No, come on, it's not bad. It's awesome. There was that same black cat gobbling down some bloodstained pet food. Bloodstained pet food. I see. Yeah, it's probably artifacting from masking. Because it would be very strange if just this one single image was not a real photo. So, this is its reward from bringing me here. Cat. Sorry to bother you during your meal, but I'd like you to summon your master. That is, until you're actually the one who summoned... Unless you're actually the one who summoned me. Talking to it didn't cause it to turn around. Well, I guess it's an animal eating its food. If I kick it away, it'll probably run off to its owner. When I did kick the cat, it sailed away like a stuffed animal, hit the wall, and fell to the ground. You kicked it too hard! You fool! You kick Miette? You kick her like the football? Yes. It says Burn. Yes, I do in fact do that. Then it vanished, melting into the darkness. What's with this cat? Is it just an illusion? When I looked at its footplates, it was piled up with what appeared to be blood-drenched raw meat. It was as though someone had torn apart living flesh on the spot and piled it up on there. Come on, what's with this creepy reception? That was a mean thing to do, kicking it. The instant I heard that voice, the hairs on the back of my neck stood on end. Then, the surrounding area finally brightened. However, Bernka had already guessed where this was before it grew bright. Oh, shit! That was you, was it not? That cat. A cat who has learned how to eat meat, and that it can sometimes choose its own path. It has been a long time. It's a path I never have had to know about if you hadn't told me. You're the monster who taught me the taste of flesh. So, you come back to life, feathering Aurora. That is not a typo. That was deliberate. Augustus Aurora. You never learn, no matter how often I tell you that. Very well. Even that brings back fond memories. Yeah, they do. If you want them to become witches, they need to learn how to eat meat. I have heard the rumors. It seems you have taken the name of Bringastel, Witch of Miracles, and have been playing a far from praiseworthy fragment game. I'm just imitating you, though I could hardly match up to your level. Oh, well, they probably mean human meat. If the rumors you've heard about me are bad, that applies 100 for you. Mercastel sat unreservedly in an antique chair, as though she was already familiar with the place. What are you afraid of? I am merely celebrating my reunion with my longest-serving Nico so far. Did you really find my messenger cat so displeasing? Brincastell's manner seemed completely relaxed. However, Feathering admonished her, telling her not to be afraid. And, judging by the expression that had risen to Bern's face, Feathering had been right on the mark. She was very casually sitting, with her legs crossed, on the highest shelf of the room. No, I'm totally cool. I'm chill. Did you really have to make such blunt insinuations against me? A cat leaving behind bloody footprints and stuffing his face with blood-stained meat. Have no fear. Look closely. Do you see any cat stuffing its face with meat? I just gave it a plate of biscuits as a reward for going to get you. What? It was as though soot covering the plate at her feet was blown away, even though there was no wind. There lay an adorable and perfectly normal cat dish, with a pile of small biscuits on top of it. Brinkestelle didn't even hide her displeased grimace. Feathering shrugged and muttered, "You haven't changed, child of man," as she rocked her rocking chair. They love pumpkins. I see you're as unpleasant as ever. I think those were pumpkins. That's normal, those are cat biscuits. But I'm happy now. Imitating you really has been far from boring. Scold me as you please. It is the parting gift I gave you when we last met. You liked rude Mikos because they kept you entertained, right? Ridiculous. If talking will only please you, well, shut up. So, what do you want with me? It seems Battlerich's game has ended with Battler's victory. I observed it. It was quite entertaining. I'm sure you'd like seeing me fail miserably. Nonsense. It was a splendid performance. I'm sure Bato is very grateful to you. And if you want me to read the fragments of Bato's game aloud for you, I refuse. I'm not your Miko anymore. I have observed all of Bato's games. I also watched Lambda Delta's game and Battler's game with great interest. I believe I have formed an answer for all the riddles in my own way. The culprits, the motive, the individual tricks. I'm not yet clear about the very last part of the epithet's riddle, but I have enough of a theory that if I actually went to Rokanjima and investigated, I should be able to resolve that part as well. And, of course, since there is no single truth, my theory is probably only one of many possibilities. However, that is only a question of possibilities, a trivial problem. What are you up to? Do you want to debate Bato's game with me? Wrong. What I want is to look at the answers, child of man. Those words of Federine's made Brinkestelle straighten up. Her old master did not fail to notice that small reaction. So far, you have spiced up this tale as an actor. In doing that, you have probably come to know many truths. However, even you are unaware of the truth behind several riddles that Bato has clearly kept hidden. Correct. She's so mad. I see. You want to use me as
amusement to chew apart and string out the guts of something again. After watching a play, reading the pamphlets, and learning what goes on behind the scenes is similar to, as you would say it, enjoying some black tea after a meal. That enjoyment cannot be left undone. You like to play with them and love them while they're alive, then eat their flesh when they die. So, cats are doubly useful to you. Just die, monster. I want to look at the answers. I'm sure you want to know them. I want to look at the answers. But why? Think of it as a burial for Beto's corpse, where you are in charge of the service.
Who is stupider, Brincastiel or Erika? Well, you know, learning that Brincastiel is a cat kinda gives her a little bit of an advantage, because, like, she can use that as an excuse. Like, oh, Brincastiel is stupider. Well, she's a cat, so that's her excuse. She's a cat and she was put in gay baby jail for 1,000,000 years, so that's her excuse.
What do you say to that, child of man? Now, you are starting to speak my language.
Okay, I have a better answer, actually. I still think the answer is Erika. For a very simple reason. One of the two has a girlfriend and the other one does not. I guess you could say Dlanner was getting there, but I don't think it would have worked out when Featherine snapped her fingers. A thin spotlight appeared on the table, which was covered with cluttered books. There lay a folded version of the game board for Beto's game. The Witch of Theater Going spun her finger in a circle, and the game board opened up by itself. Hello, son. Welcome, Raiders. We are currently wrapping up episode 6, watching The Last Tea Party. I'm pretty sure it's about to end. And then we'll start episode 7 of Umineko, by the way. I hope your stream went well. The Witch of Theater Going spun her finger in a circle, and the game board opened up by itself, showing the black and white pieces lined up inside it. What was going on in the Sun stream?
The game board and all the pieces are gathered here. The records for the previous games are all present as well.
With a rustling sound, the book flipped through all of its pages of its own accord, front to back, shut itself, and flew to the side of the game board, where it waited. Cyberpunk indie game. Oh, Keylocker. I'll have to look into it. Inside it, all of the movements of the pieces during previous games were recorded. I have to look at it and be very interested and then find out that I can't run it because my computer is garbage.
I see. So you were short a player and a commentator.
It's an RPG. No!
We're also short on black tea. Similarly with dried plums. Of course, I will find some.
It's a rhythm game RPG. Whoa. Yes.
Okay. If you add on some mustard rice cakes, then we have a deal. The negotiations are concluded. I have one condition. Oh, and what is that? I'm going to be the reader, okay? I have no love, so a few things might be interpreted in an odd way.
I have no love, so therefore I cannot see.
However, the reader is free to read things in a manner and with an intonation of her choosing. I only want to check the answers. I don't particularly care about the tale itself. I'm not deeply interested in what sort of tale you'll create. Ah, yes. Now I see what you're after. Will you accept that condition? Very well. I want to know the answer. You have your grudge to worry about. The negotiations are concluded.
When Federine snapped her fingers once more, a large chair appeared, as though beckoning Baron Castells to sit there. It was a throne, horribly mismatched with the furnishings of this room. I have no mouth, but I must scream? No. I have no love, but I must see. I have no love, and I must see. It was a throne, horribly mismatched with the furnishings of this room. The Battler painting. Wait, I've seen this before. This is...
I acknowledge it. You may sit. You are the game master.
Are you sure?
Are you really sure?
You can create whatever sort of tale you like to satisfy your grudge.
I'm not interested. However, I have one condition as well. Answer all of the questions I ask. Absolutely no keeping secrets, hiding or dodging the issues. Leave it to me. Tearing up guts and dragging them out is my specialty. After all, you trained me. Let us make some black tea. We'll use our own hands, not magic. Let the master treat Hermiko to some tea. The old bastard told me that witches are the best ones to have black tea with. It seems that rule doesn't apply to us.
At some point, that dish pile with biscuits had once again been covered with a mountain of torn apart meat and a splatter of red. No, not just meat, even the vowels. Black tea is best enjoyed with your fellow monsters. Whoa. Well then. I like this one because they basically been teasing you with this song for 6 episodes now. So learn that it has a vocals version. Makes it hit so much harder.
In that case, let's get the pieces ready. If we keep up the counts, this will be game 7, right? Indeed. A fortuitous number. But not for Batman, right?
Frank Estelle slowly picked up a black piece. It was the piece that represented Beatrice. It was sometimes a king, sometimes a queen, and could become a knight. However, that was only if it got promoted. Until then, it was only a trash piece, like a pawn. First comes the placing of the pieces. By this point, the witch's game has already begun. Brinkestelle took Bato's piece and raised it high.
First note. Placement. Beatrice on D8.
When the seagulls cried, there were no survivors. And that's it. We've completely wrapped up episode 6 now. And now we can begin episode 7. Okay, so I'm gonna do one more thing. It's an awesome line. I'm gonna do one more thing. First off, I'm gonna put on the actual poll that we always answer. It's over here. I don't mind that we did this after the tea parties and that affected your bias, because the characters that appeared in the tea party were basically doing the same thing they've been doing for the entire episode, so it shouldn't really do that much of a difference for you. We saw the back and forth between Anjay and Federine the entire episode, so it's nothing new. So here you go. This time I did remember to empty out the answers, so there won't be any mistakes. You can answer, and meanwhile, I'm gonna do 2 things. I'm gonna read out the new answers to the big question. There's really only 2. Really, there's only 1. You'll see what I mean in a second. Oh wait, no, there's another one, but it might be another funny one. No, okay. We got something here. Okay, so first off, this one is from Camilla. Camilla left everything blank except the last question, which is, why is canon so epic? And the answer is, 641236C during Meta Worlds, and I'm gonna guess that is notation for a certain move in Golden Fantasia. So thank you. It's his input for the super move. Yeah, I figured. Next up, we have not Hiro Laha. Oh, who is Beatrice? Your mom. Why is everyone dying at midnight of the second day, no matter what? They forgot to leave a little dirt under the pillow for the dirtman. See, what is the purpose of the epitaph? To have a fourth question on this poll. Who is Padre's biological mom? El Snoopy. Why is Canon so epic? And it just has a funny emoji face here. Pretty good. Thank you, whoever this is. This is not Laha. I'm not thanking Laha. Laha, you did nothing for this answers, which are awesome. You get no credit. Next up, we have Bug. It says, who is Beatrice? Shannon. Oh, doubling down, huh? Why is everyone dying at midnight of the second day, no matter what? Big as fuck. Bum. What is the purpose of the epitaph? I've read everything and already know all the answers, but I hope you all had fun. Yeah, no problem, Kenster. What is the purpose of the epitaph? I haven't thought about this one enough, to be honest. Honestly, maybe it's like literally just a game to fuck with everyone, and if they solve it, the killing stop or something. Who is Badler's biological mom? Says here, Kirie. Why is Canon so epic? Guy that Shannon made up in her head to be epic. I see. Next up, we have Harmless. Who is Beatrice? Also doubling down. Battler. Why is everyone dying at midnight on the second day, no matter what? A meeting goes bad. Oh. What is the purpose of the epitaph? To hide the truth of the golds? Who is Battler's biological mom? Natsuhi? Holy shit! Awesome answer. Why is Canon so epic? I don't know, but he lived rent-free. Okay, you got the only correct answer in the last one, I think. This is the correct answer to the last question. Usually I don't say which answers are correct, but this one is correct. You got it. Sorry to everybody else. Thank you for participating. And the poll will have to wait, because it'll take a while. I don't care what the results are, because I already got my perfect poll where Erika won both. And yeah. It is time, guys. It is time. You see those questions that I put them? We're about to answer one. Right now. Not right now in 30 minutes, not right now in half an hour, not right now in 10 minutes, not right now through the course of the story. Right now. Right now. Get ready. These are the same. And there you go. Puro Erika, if you execute her, you see this text. Fell from a pleasure boat and is currently missing. Due to the Rokkenjima explosion incident that occurred shortly after, her accident went completely forgotten. Her family says that she might have drifted to Rokkenjima and gotten involved in the accident. But no evidence suggesting that she wasn't ever on the island could be found. Foreigners who know of this accident often theorize that she drifted onto Rokkenjima and include her in that illusion of the witch. Kill that bitch. So yeah, that's one question answered. This one is really hard to really easy to miss, I should say. In fact, I didn't know about it until very recently, like maybe a month ago. They just tell you there was an explosion. They do not elaborate. They just tell you there's an explosion. This is the same. No executions. Yeah. Nothing going on here. Hell yeah. She has been deleted from the fucking timeline. Wow, where did they just left an empty space here? What were we talking about? And there's a third page? Oh yeah, the future, right? Yeah, okay. The future. Can I kill any of these? I don't think so. No, okay. So that's it. That's it. That's everything. We're done. Good night, everyone. That's the end of the stream. No, I'm kidding. Let's start episode 7. Requiem of the Golden Witch. Let us change the name. We are no longer at Dawn. This is Requiem. Just like in Resident Evil. Except this is 7 and not 9. Good morning. Scheduled for today is the funeral of the Golden Witch and her game. The days of the game are already over, and nothing remains but fond memories. Here, the cold, hard truth will be revealed, and death will come to the game. There is a bit of difficulty to this one. It's hard to pick favorites, but this might be a favorite. Understandable. I used to think my favorite was 5, but upon rereads, it's 6. It's 6. Almost all the cool bits I remember from 5 actually happen in 6. 5 is really good, but 6 is my favorite. 6 is so good. Okay, here we go. Get ready. This story is very obviously fictional and fantastic in nature. Any resemblance to existing individuals, organizations, locations is entirely coincidental. I love pain and crying. You know, I understand. I would honestly say 4 is pretty close to me, but it doesn't quite hit the perfect balance of crying and pain, and also fun and pleasure and epicness that 6 does. 6 just has everything in one not compact package. Earth to earth. Ashes to ashes. Dust to dust. Do we got anything here? Yeah. Try ranking them once and I gave. It's really hard. You can maybe choose like top 3 and then it gets really hard. The Witch of Miracles and Miko to the Witch of Theater going. In the 7th game, she conducts Bato's funeral. She was defeated in the previous game, making her the loser. It was when I knew I was right. About Canon being epic, yeah. She was proclaimed that she will tear out the guts of Bato's game to satisfy her reputation. And yet... Okay, I should phrase that different from how I said why I prefer 6 to 4. Although what I said is true. The big difference is 6 has crying and pain, but it also has Erika. And pretty much every scene with Erika is really funny. Maria, why is Maria here? A little magician who has inherited black blood from Ginzo. Unlike Ginzo, she was gifted with talent. No, she's cringe, she's not Pain. And began to tread the path of the magician from a young age. However, her power is still weak and she hasn't yet graduated from an apprentice's level. However, she is skilled with enchantments, which bestow magical power upon objects, and the magical items she creates are all masterclass. She has surpassed the limits of humans, and like demons will something appear summoned by humans in exchange for a price. Wow, this is like the exact same description as the first episode. Gap! Gap! She's extraordinary powerful playing pranks mostly. I should have fucking put who is Gap in the poll in the questionnaire. Now that would have stumped everybody. Who the fuck is Gap? Her specialty is hiding keys and bags during busy mornings. However, in the context of closed room mysteries, this power becomes an ultimate weapon that can easily strike a finishing blow. Her queen bee strikes are likely to pierce any and all detectives, forcing them to surrender. Who the fuck is Gap? Maybe we'll find out. And here we have all the other ones. She keeps aiming too high and whiles away each day dreaming of the prince who will never come. You know, I didn't really think about this description for Asmodeus, but I wonder if there's a little bit of themes with this one. Whiles away each day dreaming of the prince who will never come. Okay, so going back here. Nothing. Okay, cool. Nobody exists here. There's nobody on the human side. Illusions to illusions. On a white horse, perhaps. And dreams to dreams. A dream is something drawn in the sand between the coming and receding waves. Now, don't get your hopes up about getting any other answers tonight. I feel like that's gonna be until next time. Maybe. Maybe. Something so fragile that is wiped blank every time a wave comes in. So, the heartless might sneer, saying that drawing such things is useless and meaningless. However, no wave will ever come again to wipe away the dreams she drew. And now, that final, beautiful dream of hers will not disappear for all eternity. Come. Try and picture it. It's as though the rays of the gentle afternoon sun on a warm spring day simply forgot to grow dim ever again. It truly is such a wonderful thing. Witness to your final dream. Publius Virgilia Maro. Oh? It's a beautiful dream. The suspects were gathered in a room, and several inquisitors of heresy were reporting on the results of their investigation. Their uniforms closely resembled those of Eisern Jungfrau, but they were slightly different. Oh yeah, I remember. That's why I told you. We're probably getting no other answers tonight. Also different were the badges signifying their departments. Then came the sound of someone clapping their hands once. We need to set the stage for this episode. and that might take a while. It was the lead female Inquisitor. She was announcing that all reasoning had been completed. As has been shown, it is all quite clear. Know that the preceding logic has proven the non-existence of your alibi. At the other end of her pointing finger was a quivering maid with pride and eyes. Her name was... No, that's not important. What matters now is that she could have entered the closed room study where the victim was found whenever she pleased. And furthermore, that her claimed alibi for the time of the crime has been proven to contradict the facts. Shaking, the maid tried to continue in her illogical pleading, but all her statements had already been seen through. With this, we conclude our proof of the whodunit and the howdunit. Know that your position as the culprit is now an unshakable fact. You must be joking. Why would I kill the master I loved and respected so? I have no motive, no reason. Who did and how? Know that establishing these is more than sufficient. Please, allow me to speak. Know that motives are necessary in mysteries. Though true. The Inquisitor spoke coldly. Virgilia? After finishing her witch's prayer, Virgilia stepped back from the coffin, which lay on an altar bedecked with many beautiful roses. In her place, Badler moved to the front of the coffin, wearing his territory lord's cape. Though the cape was supposed to represent dignity and majesty, it somehow made Badler look smaller. It's too big for him. Badler held a book with a majestic binding in his hands. It was a game record that had just been written. Or perhaps it was a tale, a game, or else a fragment. Written in it was the dream that would be more enjoyable for her than any other. Badler pressed it against his forehead and contemplated for some time. Then he kissed it. And laid it gently in the coffin. It rested upon her chest. She looked like a little girl clutching her favorite stuffed animals as he drifted off to sleep. This is the sole tale I have to offer up to you. This tale will be shut up with you in your coffin for all eternity. So, no one will be able to read it except for you, there in your coffin. Shut away in that catbox, the only unchanging, inviolable, eternal tale. This way, no one will be able to defile it. No one can deny it. And no one can argue against it. This is just between me and her, just the two of us. Our one and only certain truth. Let's race about it, Krongo. Those bastards. A man dashed through a town wrapped in twilight. The daytime hustle and bustle of this beautiful village, which combined the traditional with the orderly in the classic style of the last century, now seemed like a mere dream. The orange setting sun was already hidden behind the clock tower, and a narrow alleyway was rapidly descending into darkness. As the gas lights began to turn on, they only made the darkness of the twilight stand out all the more. The man sprinted. There was no time. He had to hurry. He'd had several experiments to do and things he had to check, and it had all taken longer than he'd expected. Yes, there's no mistake here. The who done it and how done it are more than enough in the mystery genre. In mystery genre, the motive, or why done it, is given the lowest priority. To have a murder, you need to have a culprit. And he needs to commit a crime. Motive isn't required for that, though it's usually the most ignored element. In fact, these days, there are even some who call it unnecessary. If you win with nothing but the why done it, that's no mystery. That's propaganda. However, just because of that fact, it doesn't mean you can neglect the motive, the heart. We both know how much fun she'll be having in her final sleep. So, I doubt anyone could disturb it. After all, who could possibly disturb a sleeping child smiling at a happy dream? Come, it is time for us to leave. If we're too noisy, we'll wake her from her dream. You're right. What else should you do with a sleeping kid except put a blanket on them, turn off the lights, and walk away quietly? After looking at the coffin one last time, Virgilia turned around quietly. Badler did the same, but then he stopped and turned to face the rose-covered altar. Badler offered up his final words within his heart. As long as those words didn't leave his mouth, no one would be able to know what they were. However, those words of the heart caused Badler's expression to change several times. At first, he frowned sadly. Then his face clouded with remorse, and then changed to a bitter, exasperated smile. It flashed through several varied expressions. Then, the final expression that crossed his face was, surprisingly, a gentle smile. Something rose to Badler's lips. However, he bit it back down. There could certainly be no words to describe the many feelings he kept in his chest. So, saying anything aloud would probably be crude. Badler understood this, and stopped himself from speaking once more with a wry smile. Thank you. Oh, I have done nothing to deserve your gratitude. I'll leave the rest to you. After seeing Virgilia nod back at him, Badler turned away from the altar one more time and left the chapel. Virgilia also disappeared, and with that, all disturbances that might have interrupted her blissful sleep had vanished. The Inquisitors of Heresy listened with calm, no, scornful gazes. They listened to the frantic babbling of the maid accused of murdering her master. However, Nothing she said could bury the fault in her own alibi. They were all mere emotional arguments. I loved and respected the Master so much. I had no motive for killing her. No matter how much she spoke, it only made her look more and more like a floundering true culprit struggling pathetically. The requirements for the who done it and how done it had been satisfied. As for the why done it, the motive, the heart. No matter how much she spoke of gratitude for her master, who had graciously given her a job when she'd been left by the wayside after various misfortunes, it didn't help her case in the slightest, the mystery genre. Therefore, her motive didn't matter. All of that could just be squeezed out of the culprit afterwards. An inquisitor of heresy took out a roll of parchment and held it forth, cutting off the maid's sobs and protests. This is how you committed the crime. Know that this indictment has been received by the Great Court and that your arrest has been approved. Here is the warrant for your arrest. Motive is unnecessary. Know that such thing is completely extraneous to the matter of pinpointing the culprits. Please, allow me to speak. Know that we are the SSVD possess methods of forcing unrepentant criminals to reveal the truth. Remember the SSVD? Of course you don't. The SSVD was mentioned once in the bio page for Dlanor. When they are going over what the Eisern Jungfrau is, they mention that there's an even more ruthless department in the Great Court of Heaven, and it is the SSVD. With this interrogation tool blessed by the powers of justice, we Inquisitors of Heresy will strap up your limbs, burn you, crush you, stretch you, and hang you. And in so doing, wring the red truth out of you. It isn't even necessary for you to confess. Eight, arrest that man. It wasn't me! I didn't kill the master! No! No! Hold it right there. You got the wrong culprits. A man kicked the door open, and the Inquisitors were all shocked at the sight of him. Why are you here? Know that this case is no longer your responsibility. Quiet. You find one person without an alibi and just assume that she's the culprit? Freaking guy. Do you really think there's no need for a motive? For a heart in crime? Crimes are committed by people. There are no crimes without a heart. I'll never accept the theory that neglects the heart. Know that your obsession over the white on it is simply embarrassing. The white on it is unnecessary. Such a thing can be extracted easily through interrogation. With this freaking red highlight, yes. Even the Great Court has already acknowledged that this woman is the culprit. True. The Great Court does assume that people besides the maid has an alibi. That's just because they heard you say so. And they mistaken your overconfidence and conceit for wisdom. If any one of the suspects loses their alibi, your evidence so far proves nothing. Just look at how pathetic some of these other alibis are. Did the clock in the reception all chime midnight at exactly the right time? Did the dog by the back door bark at everyone? So, you managed to prove the maid's alibi, Suarez. Congratulations. Does it end there? It may have been possible for her to do it. Does she have any motive at all? Are the alibis of the other others absolutely perfect? This maid wasn't the only one with a false alibi. You have to keep on searching if you want to find the others. Was there some sort of grudge against the victim? Or some money related? Don't abandon motive. Don't abandon the heart.
Dry mysteries where the motive can just be figured out later aren't worth anyone's time. If the maid isn't the culprit, then why did she fake an alibi?
This dude was what I imagined Valor was like before I read him in Echo. That good?
Even asking such a question is a waste of time. Know that we just have to interrogate her, bring out the red truth, and have her sign in red blood to everything that happened at the time of the crime. Yeah, you probably can do that. You can't just use that torture of yours to squeeze out everything frankly and objectively, as seen from the eyes of God. Do you know what? I'll never accept mysteries and theories that lack heart. I've already taken over responsibility for this case. I even have a decree right here. Come now, Aids. Know that there is no reason to hesitate. I order you to arrest this maid.
When she gave this order, her subordinates hesitated, looking back and forth between their superior and that man.
I won't let you. The real culprit's a different person. It's possible to use motive to find them, and their alibi trick is an old one.
Being another detective. No, he's just a lovable idiot. I had my idea about this guy is that he was basically gonna be what Lanor's bio makes him out to be.
You can't neglect the heart. There's no need for that. We just have to find the suspicious ones who could have committed the crime, interrogate them, and squeeze out the red truth. On the off chance that they aren't the culprits, then we just have to interrogate the next suspect. You call that reasoning? Stand back. We will arrest that woman. Know that this maid is the culprit.
It is forbidden for a servant to be the culprit.
What did you say?
The words of power blasted away the ace trying to arrest the maid. It is forbidden for a servant to be the culprit. Bandine's 20 rules. Rule 11. If you want to torture this maid, make sure you double check alibis for the second wife and her lover first.
Those two already have a clear alibi for the time of the crime.
That's an alibi? Damn it. A fool like you couldn't understand no matter how easily I make it for you. If you want to call yourself the head inquisitor, try and figure out at least that much for yourself. Until then, I'll be taking that maid's arrest warrant. Anjay, Erika, and this guy investigating Rock and G Mine 1988. The awesome team. Can you imagine? Episode 5, Erika, Anjay, and this guy teaming up. 5 minutes later, Erika is already dead. Oh no! The witch got her! No, it was Anjay. Anjay killed her. There was no mystery. We saw her do it.
Then what about you? Can you prove that this maid didn't commit the crime? Know that she was clearly away from the kitchen at the time of the crime. What was she doing then? And where? You can't prove it. I can't prove it. And you can't prove it. No one can. That's why we have no choice but to use these torture devices to interrogate her until the red truth is squeezed out. You can squeeze as much blood and red truth from true culprits as you damn well please. However, I won't let you interrogate or torture anyone who isn't that culprit. This is why everyone says you're too soft. Low-rent private investigator duo. It would... You know what would make them low-rent? The fact that one of them actively sabotages the other one, no matter what. So they basically get nothing done. I had no prior knowledge of this guy, so it was my turn. Yeah, me too. Well, aside from the bio from Landlord. All suspicious must be interrogated. That is how we Inquisitors of Heresy conduct our witch trials. That's right. We are Inquisitors of Heresy. Felling evil witches is our job. However, we mustn't risk hurting the innocent. We mustn't put them under suspicion. All humans have their own personal truths. Those should only be exposed when they commit crimes. We've been given the right to expose them. But there's one thing we can't do. What? No one, not even God, has the right to expose the innocent truth of those who had not sinned. The maid finally realized that he was trying to protect her. I don't know who you are, but thank you very much. I'm really not the culprit. Yeah, I know. Your boyfriend said he'd be willing to give up everything to prove your alibi. You should thank him. That kid said that honor and reputation are worth nothing compared to you. But if he does that, he'll... It won't come to that. Exposing the secrets between lovers is a job for third-rate magazines. That's not mystery. I'll never allow for heartless reasoning. Then, for the first time, the man's sullen expression relaxed, and he patted the maid's head roughly. I'm sure you'll be two will be happy together. Still, being together in a secret while on the job is hardly praiseworthy. Try to keep that to a minimum. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. These words were heard only by the two of them. The man had learned of her innocence, which could only be proven by exposing the secrets of a pair of young lovers. And he had rushed about in search of a solution, resentful of the arrogance of those trying to expose this by forcible means. The point of theory making is not to create a culprit or to trample the truths that lie in the hearts of those who have not sinned. If you want to play the detective, don't neglect the hearts. Otherwise, we're just intellectual rapists. Don't forget it. Here we have somebody tapping the sign and Erika going, I wonder who that's for. I mean, who? What am I talking about? She doesn't exist anymore. Forget about Erika. We deleted that character. When the man spoke, the Inquisitors no longer had any way to argue back. This man's name is Will. And yet, that's not what everyone used to call him. Head Inquisitor of Heresy of the SSBD, the 8th District Repentance Enforcement Agency of the Great Court of Heaven. Wizard Hunting Right. Of the 20 states? Wedges? I don't remember what term they used there. This is the last thing I have to pass on to you guys. If you want to be the next wizard hunting right, remember it. No matter what. In the opening. Big ups to SimCity. Yeah, I was thinking, isn't that the guy from SimCity?
There she is. Willard writes, I wonder how you know that. They have not said his full name. Yeah. No! Take me out. To the park. For a fun time. Here we go. Now we begin. Willis. Wilbert. Oh, look, there he is. Willard H. Wright. A member of the SSBD, the 8th District Repentance Enforcement Agency of the Great Court of Heaven. An Inquisitor of Heresy and a first-class Archbishop. He is commonly known as Rite of the 20 Wedges. Oh, it is Wedges. Or Wizard Hunting Rite. Willard Killard. Really good. He was an ace Inquisitor of Heresy in his youth, feared for being both ruthless and merciless in his work. However, at some point, there was a change in his work attitude, and his previous flashy escapades became a thing of the past. His current style is often fickle, alternating between laziness and obsessive bursts of energy regarding mere trifles. By now, everyone has given up trying to understand him. He has already filed his resignation and had it accepted. Only a few days remain before he'll lose the name of rights. Okay, since this is actually never explained in the actual story, I guess I can go through it. Go over it, I should say. So this whole fanfiction written for this guy. Willard Wright, I believe, was the name of a real person, or at least an alias that a real person used. Another alias that this person used was SS Van Dyne, SSBD. And this person wrote a different set of rules of mystery to the ones Nox did. These were 20 rules instead of 10. And they were much more strict, I should say, than the ones in the Nox Decalogue. As you saw, one of the rules is the servant cannot be the culprit. And I don't remember which of the Van Dyne rules was it, but at least one of them mentions that emotions should not be taken into consideration when solving a mystery. So I really like that they're using this whole like setup of what Van Dyne rules are, and establishing that the guy that uses them is somebody who's resigning to his job. It's such a good backstory for this character. Quietly, the rain fell down. The rain of sadness stripped down the outer walls of the chapel, quietly washing away the dust of the world of the living. The chapel doors were open. During a wedding, only those with invitations are allowed inside. However, during a funeral, the doors are open to all who remember the deceased. So, this must be a funeral. A shadow holding an umbrella approached the chapel. It was Will. A reception desk had been set up at the chapel's entrance. Ganon! As the shadow approached, Ganon, who had been sitting at his desk, stood up and welcomed him with a bow. This is the reception desk. We are collecting the names of all mourners. If you would sign here. Sorry, but I'm not a mourner. Mourner. I'm here to meet with someone. You came to a funeral to meet someone. A dubious expression rose to Ganon's face. Will pulled an envelope from his pocket and showed him the sender's name. My apologies. Please, enter. Thanks. Could I at least have one of those? Thank you very much. I'm sure she will be pleased. Ganon handed him one of the set of golden roses, which were being handed out to all of the mourners. Will took it, silently bowed his head, and entered the chapel. Inside the chapel, several people who appeared to be the family of the deceased were gathered. And they all seemed to be recalling memories of the departed. Classic. Oh, Beatrice! Why? Oh! Father, please, take care. Why don't you rest in the waiting room for a bit? Get Krongo on the call. I killed her. Did it. Absurd. How could that be, Rosa-sama? Father's really bawling. Yeah. Beatrice. Huh. I'm sure he didn't cry this much when Mother passed away. Hey, now's not the time to say things like that. Some sobbed, unable to conceal their tears, and some spoke softly of old memories. They were all remembering the dead in their own way, it seemed. When Will approached the altar, several people turned around. Of course, none of them knew who Will was. Oh, Ginzo showed up and all he was doing was crying about Beatrice, and it's like classic Ginzo. Pain does no minds. Will walked in front of the casket on the altar, which seemed to be buried under golden roses. Inside the casket, there was no corpse. Instead, as though it laid there in place of a body, was a single thick book with an extravagant binding. The space all around it was filled with countless golden roses. There were words printed on the book's cover. To my beloved Beatrice, October 5th, 1986. Miss Beatrice. If it was Mrs., then forgive me. I've never met you. However, allow me to express my condolences. He took the rose he had received from the reception area and placed it in the casket. He had absolutely no connection to the woman called Beatrice. However, since he had come to visit a funeral, he had to show this minimum amount of respect for the dead. As part of this, Will prayed for the passage of the dead into the next worlds. This is so uncommon for a new character. Usually the new character would just fucking waltz in and piss on the grave or something like that. Pardon me.
But who might you be? I am Ushinomiya Kraus. I'm serving as the chief mourner. This is my child.
How do you pronounce it? Is it Lion or Leon? I always say Leon. Leon. Yeah, okay. I say it Leon. Maybe Leon, but I always say E instead of I.
Pleased to meet you. I'm Ushinomiya Leon. Leon? It's Leon! Who the heck are you?
But wait, does that mean Jessica? My man. What?
It's written as Leon, but pronounced Leon. I guess it's a bit strange for a Japanese name. Will stared at Leon's face, wearing a confused expression. He hadn't seemed particularly interested in Kraus, but Leon had apparently some sort of reaction from him.
How strange.
The first child of Kraus and Natsuhi.
Jessica is their second child. Okay, everybody, don't worry. Jessica is still around. Jessica has not been deleted. She's still here. Was given the silver ring of the successor to the headship, and will succeed the position of family head upon turning 20. Mild, polite, without any clear faults. Except for being too young. Leon is a more suitable successor than anyone else and is adored by Kinso. That's right. It's... Leon's sprite always fucks me up. Because you see it here, right? Complete. Whenever I saw his sprite in the actual visual novel, where you can only see from the waist up, it always feels like he's holding some sort of walking stick, you know, a cane. Because of the way his arm is like, to the side. And then I see the sprite and I'm like, what? The cane is false? I imagined it? It was all an illusion? There's no cane? There's no cane in Citizen Kane? Well, POV. I considered it, but there was no PNG that I could do that wasn't a big spoiler. Rather than interest, it was more as though he felt like something was out of place. Create a new tulpa. This one's a bird or something. Okay, I'll confess, I did consider a PNG for a character that appears in this. It was not Will. And that's why it was a big spoiler. Kraus-sama. Madame says it is about time. Ah, I see. Ladies and gentlemen, it was Kraus. Yeah, it was just me with a big blunt. If we're too noisy in here, it may disturb the dead. I've been told that the waiting room has been readied. Shall we move over there? When Kraus called out to everyone, they began to move towards the chapel waiting room. Hideyoshi Toppa would go crazy. Yeah, honestly. My apologies. Leon, would you entertain our guests for now? I'll guide the others to the waiting room. Yes, father. It looked like a natural conversation with no awkwardness for either father or child. Father and child, is it? Yes, but why do you ask? Shinomiya Krause's child is supposed to be Jessica. Jessica's my little sister. Do you need me to call for her? No, that won't be necessary. Apparently, some sort of game was already being played right off the bat. Scratching at his head with an irritated look on his face, Will glanced around. Pardon me, but what sort of relation did you have with the deceased? None at all. It's a real pain. Then, why did you come to this funeral? Since Leon was a fairly mild person, Will's behavior was met with nothing more than a blank expression. A normal person would probably have put on a dubious look long before this. Yeah, he's basically on the same position as us. Will scratched his head again and yelled angrily at someone other than Leon. I'm here. Isn't it about time you showed your face? The members of the Yoshinomiya family had already followed Krause's instructions and moved to the waiting room. By now, no one could be seen in this cold, vast chapel decorated with gold roses except for Will and Leon. So, you've come. I'm basically taking this voice from memory to see if I'm guessing who the character is. Wizard hunting right. Inquisitor of heresy. The girl's voice came suddenly from behind the pair. Yeah, okay. It's Bernkastel. When Leon turned around in surprise, a girl had appeared out of nowhere and drifted down on top of the altar. She landed softly on the sacred funeral altar as though this was perfectly normal, brushing the golden roses under her shoes. Of course, Leon didn't know this girl. Just why on earth were all these people unrelated to the funeral popping up one after another? I'm already retired. If you have a job you need doing, go ask the new rights. No. You're the one I want to ask. I'm giving this case to you. Did you read the tale I sent you? I skimmed it. I don't know who you are, but please get down from there. That's a sacred altar. Snapping out of a daze, Leon told the girl to get down off the altar, but she ignored this completely. On top of that, Will kept on talking to the girl as though Leon wasn't even there. I hear this is Leon. Who is that exactly? You've already heard you. Ushinomiya, Leon. There is no case of a person with that name appearing in any of the previous games. Is this your piece? No. It's a true and proper piece of this game board. A character appearing in the story. You're the game master. That means it's your piece. I've just moved from Bato's cat box into a larger cat box. Leon is one of the pieces who has the possibility of appearing inside it. Ah, I see. In other words, it's your piece. Is this your piece? No. Then is it your piece? No. Oh, okay, I get it. It's your piece.
Well, it's a piece I placed, would be the correct way to say it.
So you're saying this piece is in your subordinates, like Erika.
Erika? Who's that?
Who is that? What is he talking about? You must be thinking of a different story. There's no Erika in this.
Erika, son? Huh?
Don't try to understand.
You just get a headache.
Leon didn't have a clue what they were talking about. However, though neither person was familiar, it seemed clear that they both knew a lot about the Ushinomiya family. Is that the plumber with the red hat? I don't know why I read that with the voice. I guess because you mentioned the plumber with the red hat. I read it with the voice of the plumber with the red hat. I don't know what you two are talking about. Anyway, you, girl, please, get down off the altar. I asked this as a successor to the Ushinomiya family headship. Even Leon was finally forced to speak in a raised voice to that girl. He continued to chat while casually standing on the altar. However, the girl ignored this completely. On the other hand, Will did show a reaction. The successor is supposed to be Kraus. My father, Kraus, will be the acting head until I turn 20. Then I am to succeed the headship. First I heard of this. Can you prove it? It seemed that even Leon was starting to get ticked off by now. That calm expression appeared to twitch slightly. This is the successor silver ring of the one-winged eagle. Is that proof enough for you? A silver ring? The golden head's ring has appeared several times, but I've never heard anything about a silver ring for the successor. I don't remember Kraus or Jessica ever wearing one of those.
I'm glad. For someone who's just skimmed it seems you read it pretty well.
When a witch hands you a story, you never know when something absurd will pop up. Especially when it's a great witch from the Senate. Who in the world are you two? Sorry, but I don't have a clue what you're talking about. If you finished offering flowers for the departed, please make your exit. It seems you two aren't worthy of our family's hospitality. Leon finally ran out of patience. These were the strictest words that this gentle kid could unleash. However, Will and the girl seemed to not care at all. I didn't come here because I wanted to.
We're wasting time, so let's move onwards. Right. Try and beat this game. As the game master, Bryn Castell, I invite you to join in.
I refuse.
Why?
I'm retired now. Reasoning and mysteries aren't my business anymore.
How do you intend to spend the rest of your life? Is wizard hunting right going to give up witch hunting?
Let's see if we can clear this awesome game. There's still fox hunting and clam hunting to look forward to. I didn't come here to discuss the rest of my life with you.
So, you came here to refuse? Know that your powers of deduction are truly a sight to behold.
Also, I'm sorry if my Willard voice is a little bit too close to my Anjay voice. I've been voicing more than 40 characters now, and I'm running out of voices.
Then do as you will.
And I am not using another British voice because I like jump scaring you with the one that I have. That is my one rule. I can only use the British voice once to jump scare you. Give him a nerd voice. No! Yeah, it does make sense, right?
Go wherever you please. That is, assuming that you can leave this place.
Like, I can't do that voice. It is beyond my power.
So, what are the terms and payments?
Not feeling too hot tonight? Understood. Thank you. Have a good night. See you again. And what was the other line? Have a nice day, I think it is. In truth, Will had resigned himself from the beginning. He knew that he was incapable of refusing an invitation from Great Lady Brinkestelle. Have a nice dream. To Mimir, let's go.
Who hailed that bitch? That's my king. In payment, I'll forgive you for your insolence and let you leave this chapel.
This is the worst job I've ever had.
I hear that boredom hitting, which is just love being spoken to rudely. That's only for hags who tired of life after 1,000 years. I'm still plenty young, so I love thinking up horrible fates in which to trap rude men like you.
So, who's my enemy?
There is none. There's no one to stand in your way. I just want to sit back and watch you make your beautiful checkmates in this game. I've even found you an ally. That's what this Leon is for. Huh?
After hearing that name spoken out of the blue, Leon frowned once more. Apparently, they were moving things along without Leon's knowledge or understanding, which the latter seemed to find truly irritating.
Leon is a member of the Yoshinomiya family, and should prove to be a useful ally, seeing as no one in the family knows you.
I'm not sure what this is all about, but I can hardly be of assistance until I know what's going on here. There, see? With help like this, it'll be a piece of cake.
Entertain me and my master, wizard hunting right. Ow ow may be a polite theater goer, but I might throw popcorn at you if I get bored, okay?
Will scratched at his head with a displeased look on his face. He wasn't at all interested in getting involved, but by now he realized that he couldn't disobey Brinkestell's orders. I wonder what happened to Lambda. Did she just leave because she won? I mean, she won, right? She was on the witch's side, so she won. Then he approached the casket and pointed at its rose-filled insides. You asked me to solve the case of Beatrice's murder, but Van Dyne's 20 rules. Rule 7. It is forbidden to have a crime without a corpse. None of that Battler episode 6 game bullshit.
That's a devil's proof. Maybe it just isn't inside the casket. Unless you can prove that no corpse exists, this is a mystery.
Rule 1. It is forbidden to have a crime without all clues presented.
Don't worry. Everything is gathered here.
Though there was no change to Will's unsatisfied expression. He seemed to have understood the general pattern of this place. Your favorite line? Which one? Everything is gathered here? Don't worry. Oh yeah, that's pretty good. Don't worry, kitten. And then Will answered in red. Okay. Yay. The simple fact that a mere inquisitor of heresy had been summoned by an uninhibited, fickle, cruel, great witch of the Senate meant that he'd be treated as no more than a mere underling. All along, he had possessed no way to refuse her. So, who killed the owner of this empty coffin? I'll answer that question. However, you let me do things my way. As you like. First off, I need to make you understand the current situation. Yes, that would be extremely helpful at the moment. Leon's expression seemed nonplussed, angry, and confused, all at the same time. Over here. It'll be faster to see it for yourself. Wonderful. Please, lead the way. Will signaled with his chin for Leon to follow him and spun around. After snorting once in an unsatisfied manner, Leon followed him as though resigned to see Will's little show. As she watched them leave the chapel, Brinkestell sneered silently at them, a cold smile on her face.
That's the Miko of the Great Witch of Dirico, drama and spectating. Feathering something, Aurora. And as the Witch of Miracles, I, Brinkestell, announced the start of this game. The tale's title is Requiem of the Golden Witch. Spin a tale fitting for Bato's funeral. Well now, let's see just how you drag out the guts.
She watched until the pair had left the chapel. Brinkestell's form evaporated into the empty air, just as she had arrived. All that remained was her unpleasant cackling. She remembers it, she's just being rude to her. She absolutely knows that her name is Federine Augustus Aurora. It is actually a little joke in her name. You know how she says Aurora? Ow. It's because both of the names start with Au. Augustus Aurora. It is also a Higurashi reference, but that's besides the point. Outside, it was still raining. When Kanon saw the guest and the successor approaching the reception desk, he bowed deeply. Good work. You can take a break now, so would you mind leaving?
It's canon. Yes, as you wish.
Canon bowed deeply, then disappeared. Don't you remember the names of all your servants? Our family has many young servants coming in and out, and they're usually replaced quite frequently. Well now, what are you trying to explain to me? I like that Will has the exact same question the audience has. You don't know the name of Canon? Who are you? And what business do you have with this family? Of course, there's no need to convince me. Feel free to head on home if you want. There's no going home. Not for me. Not for anyone. Could you please keep that a rest? Stop speaking in confusing riddles like that all the time. Even I have limits to my patience. If you don't want me to see you off, should I call Genji or Goda? Don't freak out. Look at this. Yes, I can see that. It's one of the memorial roses. Are you going to show me some kind of magic trick? Will took one of the flower offerings, then showed it to Leon, as though pointing out that there were no mechanisms or tricks. Then he slowly lifted it upwards. Watch. Yes, I'm watching. Is a dove going to fly out of it? Or is it going to be flags and fireworks? Huh? Whale through the rose. Anyone would have expected it to fly in an arc and land in some puddle. It didn't, which is why Leon hadn't been struck dumb. The rose thrown by Will certainly had flown in an arc. It should have sped on rapidly through the air. However, as soon as he'd passed out from the shade of the eaves and was about to reach the rain, it stopped right in midair, as though the air surrounding it had turned into syrup. That wasn't all. As it hung in midair, the rose's beautiful golden petals began to darken, one after another. And it became a black husk, like burned charcoal. And even after this happens, it remains suspended there in the air. What sort of trick is this? Ah! Don't move. Leon had moved closer to try and touch the remains of the rose. I can do this. I can't do. Oh. The two sides, which still hung in the air. Will had roughly blocked away with his arm. It was as though he was telling Leon that leaving this place meant certain death. This chapel has been cut off from the fragments. We're currently locked in a concentrated loop of time. What do you mean by that? Explaining is a pain, so I'll just give you the short version. Basically, unless we play along with that witch's game, no one can leave this place. What? The funeral's already over. I'm sure some people will want to return to the mansion or the guest house. We can't be locked up in here. If you got a bone to pick, that witch is the one you're looking for. Being stuck in a place like this isn't any more pleasant for me. That girl's your friend, right? Make her stop all this weirdness. She's probably sitting in a spectator's seat with a bucket of popcorn about now. She won't come if we just call her. What on earth is going on? That short sentence described all of Leon's feelings at the moment. However, Leon had seen the rose Will threw wither. Wither? Whoa! Getting fancy, are we? In an instant in the rainy darkness. Leon tried doing the same thing with another rose, but the effect was exactly the same. I'm thinking about that one. That's like, oh, I should have had my pinky raised for that sentence. No one would want to use their own body to test his fears on something that could make roses crumble instantly. Guys, I just misread the word wither. I forgot what the word wither meant. Never mind. Ignore what I said. There's only one way for us to be released from here. If you press me, I will explain my stupid reasoning. But otherwise, I will just keep going. We have to play along with Bryn Castell's game. You mean the one who killed Patorice? That's what she's telling us to investigate. If you could fill me in, this will go more quickly. You are thinking of Witherspoons. No. No, no. That fickle witch will be completely unsatisfied. You'll be able to get rid of the two of us, and I have a date with Diana when I get back. If I keep her waiting too long, she'll start tearing up the sofa again. Is Diana a cat? That is a real mystery, I guess. Who killed Beatrice, you say? You were thinking Wither and Dither, you got it. I was thinking Wither and Dither. I was thinking of a secret third gender to Hither and Dither. Is Wither real? Or did I just make it up? Surely there's no wither between Dither and Hither. I don't think it's real. That's hardly something you should go barging into a funeral and asking the family about. If it's real, I'm justified and I'm actually a genius. And I should be on professional Scrabble. Questioning the family is one of the basics of the mystery genre. As like a wither art thou. Okay, you know, that's something. That's not the other word. That's not wither as in die. But yeah, this story was definitely using wither as a die synonym, like the way a flower dies. And not wither as a wither in a location. Questioning the family is one of the bases of mystery. Just give up and accept it. Yes, yes, yes. I do know that Beatrice is the mistress of kings of the family head. You really are a strange person. How do you know so much about this family? Are you sure you have no connections with us? The three genders. But this much about the Ushinomiya family, because Bryn Castell had shown him all of the fragments so far. Of course, he had no sort of connection with the Ushinomiya family himself. The very plane of his existence was on a different level. However, Beatrice died a long time ago. According to Genji, she passed away before the mansion was completed, but the reason for her death is unclear. To be honest, this is the first I've heard about her being killed. Tell me about it. Imagine you're a retired detective and one day a witch goes, hey, I need you to read those 6 books and meet me on this island. And if you don't do it, I'll kill you. My name is Ushinomiya Leon. Willard. Call me Will. For the first time, Will introduced himself. Their mutual introduction was finally complete, and Leon was finally able to talk with him on an even footing. However, Leon took a deep breath and looked up at the sky, wearing a vague smile. Will, son. Call me Will. I'll call you Leon. Will. To be honest, even if I don't know much about this person called Beatrice, he's like, I'm not Japanese, okay? I don't do honorifics. I see. I guess it's called a game for a reason. If only Leon could have told him everything, revealing the truth without any effort from Will. If only. Apparently, things wouldn't be so easy after all. I am from literature. I am a conceptual. I exist only in the world of concepts. Everyone who enters the Yoshinomiya family knows the name and image of Beatrice. That's because of the massive portrait hanging in the entrance hall, isn't it? That portrait was first displayed in April of 1984. Seriously? How is it that you know so much? Well, it's about time I stopped finding that odd. I'm sure you'll just start speaking in riddles again. Leon was a successor and lived in the head household. That made conversations with Ginso an everyday occurrence. Because of this, Leon must have been used to chatting with people who were moody or hard to follow. With the understanding that getting stuck on the details would be nothing but a waste of time, the conversation naturally fell into a pattern as though Leon and this unknown man Will were longtime friends. Everyone knows Beatrice, and yet, no one knows her. Ginso's the only one who's ever met her. The head seems to be particularly cranky today. I'll introduce you to him when the chance presents itself. So I ask that you develop an appropriately discreet attitude, Will-san. That was quick. I thought you resisted it more than that. I'm used to speaking with the family head. I've learned to accept most unreasonable situations and just go with the flow. Brinkestell had set up a barrier cutting the chapel off from the rest of the world. To destroy that, they would have to find out who killed Beatrice. For Leon, who had already experienced many of Ginso's rantings, understanding this much was more than enough. That's chapter 1! Woo! And I guess the clock will not move because they said time has been stopped, right? They are in a loop. The Yoshinomiya family members were relaxing here and there around the waiting room. A light buffet-style meal had been set up, but it was a bit stale and not particularly appealing. Even so, Those voracious kids seem to find it intensely interesting. Just owning the kids. The cousins had set up camp around it, with Mari at the center. The adult siblings had also formed a group in a different corner. George jump scare. Perhaps of Ginzo's absence. Everyone seemed to be a little more... Just look at the right side of the screen. Don't worry about what's going on in the center. Leon, where did you go? And who is that? Mother, I was entertaining this guest of ours. Will, this is my mother, Natsuhi. No introductions needed. Just tell me what you have to say. Huh? Did you say something? No, he said nothing. This is Will-san. It seems he knew the deceased. With a smile, Leon casually smoothed over Will's words. He wants to know more about Beatrice. Do you know anything about her, Mother? Leon, the departed is an individual to whom the head owed a great debt. Nothing more, nothing less. This funeral is a ceremony for the head to repay his benefactor for all he received while that person still lived. That is what I have been told, and there is nothing more to it than that. Thanks, Mother. Well, that's all my mother knows. Natsui was eager to deny the scandal about Beatrice being Kinso's mistress. However, she also had enough sense to realize that this scandal was probably true. Picking up that Natsui was in a bad mood and didn't want to talk about this anymore. Leon brought an end to that conversation before Will could say something rude again. Will, this chapel belongs to the family. So you're telling me to follow the family's rules? Speak in a manner appropriate for a guest of the family. Let me be the medium for all of your conversations. I ask that you follow those 2 rules. I'll work on that. The mess this Brinkastilwich or whatever has dragged us into is a real pain. Because of that, I'm willing to help you. But we're equal partners in this job, and you'd best not forget that. And here I thought we're just some well-bred rich boy. Seems you can speak off after all. I must be prepared to shoulder Yoshinomiya family's future after all. Got it. Let's solve this crime together, Watson. You're like, I don't think you want to call yourself Sherlock. I'm glad I can help. I wouldn't want to keep your dear cat Diana waiting. Won't you need to be fed soon? I gave her extra food today, so she should be good for a while. I'm surprised you realized Diana was a cat. I figured it would just be too eccentric for her to be a human woman who scratches at sofas when you keep her waiting. So, who will you talk to first? Anyone. Everyone. Those ones over there are Krause's siblings, right? From right to left, there's Anteba, Uncle Hideyoshi. He loves his kitty cat, yeah. Maybe they should be Sherlock. I don't think Leon wants to be Sherlock. I don't think anybody wants to be Sherlock. It's not a good look for you. Sherlock has the added burden of being a complete loser.
And over there is Ushiromiya Rosa. When she was a girl, she once got lost in the forest and bumped into a woman calling herself Beatrice in a hidden mansion. I know I shouldn't be surprised anymore, but you really do know everything, don't you? Oh, like Erika, yes, just like Erika. Actually. So, you know about that story too? I managed to overhear her saying that today. It looked as though it was bothering her, so I pretended not to hear. Real model student you are. Introduce me. I want to ask about it. You're asking this of the model student who pretended not to hear because it just might be a painful topic? Even this outrageous arrogance is nothing compared to Kinso. After muttering this several times mentally, Leon shrugged and nodded at Will. Oh, it's our successor, Sama. And who is this? Oh, Anteva. This is Wilson. He came to offer flowers for the departed. But who cares about that? Tell me everything you know about... Ugh! He says he wants to know what sort of relationship the Yoshinomiya family has had with the deceased. Leon spoke with a bright smile after pinching Will's butt. Will silently protested, as though saying, I saw that coming, but damn that hurts. But Leon just played dumb and smiled at Eva like a model student. Yeah, let's go! Well, even if you say relationship with the Yoshimiya family, it probably makes more sense to say her relationship with father. No need to beat around the bush. She was father's mistress. If you call her that, Natsu Ine-san will yell at you again. He's indebted to her, right? I love when Leon grabs people's ass. Yes. Yep, that's right. Well, there you have it. I have no interest in anyone but Rosa. Ugh. I do believe that you said you met with Beatrice and Rosa. Yeah, I always give him that voice. It's not my intention for him to sound like a nerd. Just the funny voice. Because the alternative is, you know, southern accent, and I just can't do that. It's impossible for me. This whole time, Rosa had been hanging her head. Leon's words make her shoulders quiver. She just suddenly came out with it today. It's a bit hard to believe. It's the truth. I killed Beatrice. Perfect. Our work here is finished. Don't get ahead of yourself. Rosa broke down crying and laid her head on the table. Gideon Hideyoshi tried to console her. Rokenjima is covered by a dense forest. We only know about one tiny portion of it. Just the mansion, the rose garden, and the little path that leads to the harbor. For years, there's been stories about how Dad built a hidden mansion somewhere in the vast forest and no one knew about. He had a mistress living there. Rosa-san probably stumbled on the hidden mansion by chance.
However, what does this have to do with Aunt Rosa killing Beatrice?
If I hadn't taken her out with me, she never would have died. She was so innocent, like a chick. I took her out and she just followed along obediently. She stayed right behind me, trusting me completely. And because I made her take such a dangerous path.
Did you make her walk that way because you were hoping she'd slip and fall from the cliff?
I never meant to do that. I just thought she'd like to see the ocean. No, it just looked like the path would be hard to walk. And I thought it would be easier going if we went down the cliff first.
That's not what it means to kill someone. It was an accident.
An accident she never would have had if I just brought her with me. Right?
If I hadn't.
It's my fault. And then I abandoned her when she was covered in blood and ran home.
It isn't your fault. Beatrice had never seen the ocean before. You showed her that for the first time ever. She was probably so excited that she just happened to take a bad step.
How can you know that?
Beatrice might thank you for what you did. She would never hate you.
Really? Is that really true?
She's the one who begged to see the world outside the fence, right? If it was only for a short while, you made that dream of hers come true. If I were Beatrice, I'd thank you for that short bit of time. If she knew that you've been suffering all this time for it, she'd probably feel sorry for you. Beatrice is grateful for what you did. You're the one who taught her that the sea is blue.
Is that true?
I guarantee it. We'll make that statement openly and boldly. It wasn't clear how Rosa took those words. However, it had apparently been enough to remind Rosa to take a handkerchief out of her pocket and wipe her eyes with it.
Thank you.
Those are the words Beatrice is whispering to you even now.
Thank you.
Rosa wiped her eyes with the handkerchief one more time and hung her head.
Wait, I forgot to put George in the most hated characters. No!
That means you hated somebody more than George for a moment. Who could it be? It no longer looked like a fit of sobbing, but more as though she was speaking with the Beatrice of that day within her heart. One last time. You really have no problem making claims you can never back up, don't you? Back up? Is that really necessary to comfort a woman? It seems I underestimated you. Such a bliss. How many years did it torment Rosa? Now, finally, she would probably be able to face that innocently smiling Beatrice, who had seen the ocean for the first time in her life. She was the only one who could forgive Rosa. Now, the two of them could finally speak together.
I don't know who you are, but thank you. I wonder if she'll forgive me.
You worried about it for nearly 20 years. That's far too long. She'd tell you that you suffer more than enough already.
That's right, Aunt Rosa. The sadder you are, the sadder Beatrice would be. You too. Thank you. I don't know if I'll be forgiven, but I'll keep on speaking to my heart to see whether she'll forgive me or not. Thanks, you too. Sorry for showing you such an embarrassing side of me.
Oh, don't worry, this is not even the most embarrassing I've seen you be in. And I'm sorry to say this after saying something so pretty. But I want you to talk to me. Tell me what happened back then. Wilson!
Thanks, but it's fine. I'll talk. Hiding this and keeping quiet about it for so long might have been my greatest sin.
Oh, she's doing the face.
Exactly when was it that you met Beatrice?
Upon hearing this question, Rosa closed her eyes slightly, reaching back to the past she didn't want to remember.
It was about 20 years ago. 20, or wait, it might have been 19 or 18 years ago. I'm sorry. I've tried to force myself to forget it for so long that I've nearly forgotten that part completely. It should have been 1967.
Ronaldo had guaranteed that with the red truth in the third game.
That's right. It was probably about 1967. I can remember what happened as clearly as a picture. I'll never forget. If it's tough for you, don't feel like you have to tell us.
Yes, clear as a picture, if you don't mind.
Damn it, that hurts, Leon.
What does?
At the time, I was in a state of shock, since my tutor told Mother about something that was supposed to be a secret.
I remember the date because it has 6-7 at the end. Thank you, memes, I guess.
On that day, I became reckless and I kept on running deeper and deeper into the forests.
This tale has also been told in a previous fragment. Back when Rosa was just a kid, she went deep into the forest. Found the hidden mansion, perhaps of hidden souls, and met with a mysterious woman who called herself Beatrice.
But that forest is so thick. Even pushing your way through a bit of it is hard, right? I even surprised myself to think that I made it so far into such a dense forest. I was tormented by twigs and sharp leaves over and over again. However, that wasn't enough to bother me on that day. After all, I wanted to disappear into the forest and vanish from it. If, by some chance, there really was a witch's mansion in the depths of the forest, I hoped that she might take me to the sim paradise, or else turn me into a frog and make me a resident of the forest.
Just like your daughter!
So, we then reached the hidden mansion, Cuadoria, and met a woman who called herself Beatrice. Yes, I met her.
Was that Beatrice the same as the one in the portrait?
Yes, they were the same person. Beautiful blue eyes, golden hair, a black dress. It truly was the person in that portrait. When Father first had it hung, I realized that the 20 years I'd spent trying to forget must have seemed just as long to Father, if not even longer, and I became even more fearful of my sin. Stop there. Are we sure that this is the same Beatrice that Rosa-san met?
Immediately, Hide spoke the question that Will had been thinking of. It would be too rash to assume that Beatrice Kinso met and the one Rosa met were the same person. The time and generation didn't match up. Beatrice is supposed to be that lady of leisure who lent out all that gold shortly after war, right?
by using Beatrice's gold as a foundation, Father revived Yoshinomiya family and got super rich. Then he bought Rokkenjima and moved over. Rosa-san meeting her must have been at least 10 years after that. A woman who could do as she pleased with 10 tons of gold could hardly be some little girl. And 10 more years passed before she met Rosa. Rosa. About how old did the Beatrice you met look? She looked older than I was at the time. But even so, it looked as though she must just be reaching adulthood. Yes, just the sort of age of the Beatrice in the portraits. Did she look middle-aged or past her primes? If I had to call her an adult or a child, she was clearly closer to being a child. There's no way she was middle-aged. And isn't that strange? We have the Beatrice you met and the Beatrice who gave Father the gold. But their ages don't match. In other words, they're different people. Different people who look very similar and have the same name? It might have been her daughter. The kid would obviously end up looking like her mother. His mistress's daughter. It is possible. Perhaps Father had an illegitimate child with the Beatrice who gave him the gold. And then Rosa bumped into Beatrice the second. That way, the ages fit just fine. I see. In other words, there are two people who can be called Beatrice. Ginso secretly raised his mistress's child in a hidden mansion. It made sense. And it's been mentioned at least once by now, right? Or at least they've like thrown the idea that this might be the case. Everyone nodded, agreeing. However, Will's expression was slightly unsatisfied, and he scratched at his head. So, it would seem that this funeral exists for the two Beatrices he couldn't mourn, because they were kept secrets. Rosa. I know you probably don't want to remember, but tell me about that accident. After Beatrice fell, was she still breathing? No. Her eyes were open wide. She fell upside down, head first, and knocked her head against a sharp crag on the rocky beach. Not a crag! And she fell from such a height. Her skull had split and caved inwards. That beautiful golden hair was stained red with blood almost instantly. Was it the sort of wound that clearly showed that she was dead? Yes. I saw the inside of her cracked head. It had caved in deep enough to fit your fist inside it. One could be naive to see that and still hope that she was alive. Will, do you really need to ask anything more? That's enough for the time of the accident. What did you do afterwards? I dashed away at full speed. I can't say I was thinking about calling for help. I wanted to escape from that place as fast as I could. Half crazed, sobbing, and out of breath, I kept on running about at random. Eventually, I came across a familiar lion statue. Not Leon, lion. Oh, the one in front of the chapel. No, the one behind it. Anyway, I made it back to the mansion. I couldn't tell anyone, and I didn't want to. I stayed quiet until nightfall. It was so horrible of me. If I had hurried and told someone, they might have brought her a first aid kit, and she might have been saved. No, she was fucking dead as hell. How's a first aid kit gonna help with a crushed cranium? You didn't kill her. Don't worry about that anymore.
I'll say it in red. Don't worry. I can say it because it's already been said.
Then, what did you do next? That night, I turned over in my bed so many times. I couldn't sleep. Late that night, I quietly called Genji-san on the phone and told him.
What did he say?
He told me to let him handle everything and to speak of this to no one. I spent the next several days terrified that father would call for me and scold me brutally. But he didn't. Genji-san kept on doing his job quietly, just like normal. Father stayed locked up in his study, not knowing any of it. At the very least, none of us ever heard about it.
Genji-san probably managed to clean everything up nicely.
After all, they couldn't let knowledge of that child go public. Even if she wasn't a legitimate child, she was still his daughter by blood. It must have been tough for father, not being able to hold a real funeral for her.
Genji gets to know her. I suppose that's why we're having this funeral.
And then, that's all I know.
That's all I know too.
I'm not hiding anything else. I've told you everything. I swear it.
Will scratched at his head, letting his gaze wander. It had taken Rosa a lot of determination to make this confession. But it was nothing particularly special for Will. It had apparently been little more than a review of the information he already knew.
Thanks, Aunt Rosa. Is that enough for you, Will? Are you satisfied?
That's enough. It was a nice review. To Will, Rosa's memories gave only information that was already known. This was the first time he'd heard all that about her running back to the mansion after Beatrice fell to her death. But none of it was particularly surprising. I guess the part where Genji knows is a little bit of a new thing. Apparently, Rosa didn't know any more than this. If he wanted to learn more than what was in the fragments Brinkestell gave him, he would need to find new testimony. Leon, tell Kinso that I want to talk to him. It looks like we won't get anywhere without asking the man himself.
Where are you going?
I have to cool my head and organize my thoughts. Don't follow.
Well then, pardon me. Please take your time.
After giving an elegant bow, Leon made a face, tongue sticking out. He's awesome. I'm sorry, they're awesome. Unless Will had eyes on the back of his head, he could have seen this last bit. I bet this part would be really cool to watch animated. Will returned to the chapel by himself. The cold air and the monotonous sound of the rain were comforting.
So, how's the game going?
And he had come here for a little peace and quiet. As soon as he let out a sigh of relief, that voice rang out. That's my line. About face! It was as though she had been sitting there all along. Brinkestell appeared on top of the altar once more. Beatrice's altar must have been extremely comfortable. Battler annoyed me over and over with his incompetence. You're quite competent compared to him, which much more relaxing to watch you work.
Unlike Yoshinomiya's Paddlers games, I have nothing standing in my way. It's easy.
I really appreciate that he's even willing to say, yeah, you know, I gotta hand it to Adler. He had a rougher time. Probably first person in the visual novel who's not calling Battler an idiot.
That sort of game has already ended. Tales can be enjoyed twice. First you love them, then you tear out their guts. So I'm a butcher now. So, do you think you figured out who killed Patricio? Rosa's confession is something I had already known from a previous fragment. There was no brand new information. We're still at square one. Unless Sushinomiya Kinzo tells us what really happened, we won't get any further than this. Don't tell me they're arguing with Kinzo and persuading him to spill the beans is supposed to be part of this game. That'd be fatally boring. Kinzo refuses to speak of the truth and is himself the king protected by his castle. But it wouldn't be any fun to have to stand in the way of your game.
I won't torture. It's not my style.
I know. As the game master, I will grant you power. So that you can get the truth from Kinzo, of course.
Still wearing shoes, Brinkestelle stepped into the casket, picked up one of the flowers that had been set as offerings, and blew hard, as though scattering fluff from a dandelion. Then, a single petal broke off and drifted down towards Will. No longer gold, but with the shine of a transparent crystal. The Texas authority. I was wondering about this.
What? That pathetic ability? No. This is an invitation to the grandstands.
Theater-going authority. It's supposed to be forbidden without authorization from the Senate.
I'm the one giving it. On my game board. Who's going to stop me?
I am corrupt. I don't give a shit. Though the crystal flower petal danced in the wind, it wouldn't fly away until Will accepted it. He remembered how useless it was to argue with witches and snatched it up. When he did, the petal flashed brightly for an instant, melted into Will's palm, and disappeared.
Entertain me if you can. And try and enjoy yourself. You must also be interested in seeing what the guts of Beatrice's game board look like, right?
Not really. After Will's rude answer, Brinkestelle vanished into thin air, leaving behind an obnoxious laugh. After clicking his tongue, Will turned around unhappily. When he did, it felt as though his gaze had crossed that of a shadow standing right in front of him, near the door that led outside. Who is it?
Pardon me. Shannon! I heard a voice, so I wondered who it was.
Shannon. So you're running the reception desk this time?
Yes. I've been taking it in terms with Canon-kun to run the reception desk.
And Shannon?
A short while ago, he was ordered by, Leon-sama to take a break, so he's resting now.
So, you don't know Leon either?
Huh? No, that's not...
Ushiromiya Leon is the successor,
The one who wears the silver ring. Why are you stumbling over that name when you've worked here for 10 years? That's...
Oh shit!
Don't worry. I don't recognize Leon either. Kraus is supposed to be the successor. Jessica is supposed to be his only child. There hasn't been a single fragment with anyone named Leon in the Yoshinomiya family. When she realized that Will didn't recognize Leon either, Shannon relaxed. Apparently, she was a bit relieved to find that she wasn't going crazy by herself. However, her expression quickly grew uncertain once more. Where is this place? I think it's the Yoshinomiya family chapel. However, something feels different about it. Also, I never knew that someone named Leon-sama existed. Yet Madame Kraus-sama, the master, Milady, and all the relatives all talk as though it's perfectly natural. I just don't understand what's happening. Leon is a piece placed by Bryn Castell. She also said that, in order to place that piece, she switched over to a larger cat box. On top of that, it seems this world isn't a proper world, but one made up of several different fragments sewn together. Oh, okay. It's as though this is a special stage set up specifically for this game. I'm sure she's nodding at my thoughts right now, laughing and chomping down popcorn. How long have you worked here in this world? 10 years. I see. So it really is a special stage. After all, right when I entered the chapel, I spotted Ginso. Since Shannon has been working here for 10 years. It's a special stage, and I'm going for the Chaos Emerald. In that case, Ginso shouldn't exist. However, he definitely was here a few minutes ago. Oh yeah, that's true! I did not consider this. He's alive. Bryn Castell promised that all the information needed for reasoning was gathered here. He must have really packed it together to fit everything in. I see. So it really is a special stage. You've served the Yoshinomiya family for many years. So, just how much do you know about Batorich? I know the master loved her deeply, but other than that... Is that all? And, they say that she's the master of Rokenjima's knight. That's right. The name of the ghost rumored to wander the mansion night after night is also Batorich. That brings the number of Batoriches to 3. The first is the Batoriche from more than 30 years ago, who is said to have given Ginso the gold. The second is the Batoriche from 20 years ago, who met Rosa. The third is the Batoriche of the ghost stories, who is rumored to be the master of the night on Rokenjima. Brother, what if I told you there's a fourth Batoriche? A Batoriche that exists to love Battler. Ludo Erika's reasoning was probably correct. It started out as a legend of evil spirits on Rokenjima. Later on, elements such as Ginso's occult hobbies, the name and portrait of the mysterious women, Batoriche, and the epitaph got mixed in. and it was all integrated into the legend of the Golden Witch. Then, the darkness of the night gained the personality of a witch. That's the third patronage. This became the bail for the serial murders.
Can I go now?
Apparently, she didn't understand the word of Will's sudden monologue.
Shannon tried to follow along, but she seemed to be having difficulty.
Don't waste your time trying to understand. You just get a headache.
My apologies.
Canon doesn't know Leon either, right?
Yes. Canon-kun was the same as me.
Shannon and Canon, is it? Call Canon over here. I want to talk to the pair of you about something. When Will said these words, Shannon's face went blank and her eyes went wide.
My apologies. We aren't allowed to leave the reception desk unmanned, so I can't leave to go get him.
Then, find a replacement and have them take over the reception desk until you get back. You, me, and Canon. We, the three people who don't know Leon, need to talk.
What? What is the problem? We've been told that one person is enough to run the reception desk.
But no one told you that there was anything wrong with two people manning it, right?
We're low on helpers today, so we were told that having two people at the reception desk would be unnecessary.
Who gave you that order? Kinso? Kraus? Or was it Leon?
I will check with them. It was the one who orders me. I cannot disobey orders.
Who is this person? I'll negotiate with them.
You cannot negotiate. It is the one who orders us.
Call Canon over here. I hate theater going just as much as I hate torture. Slowly, Will pulled his right hand out of his pocket. When he slowly opened his fist, a small, bright glow emanated from it. The flower petal given to him by Brink Still had become a glowing, sparkling mark on his hand. He held that hand out towards Shannon and slowly approached her. Call Canon. I want to check something with you two.
I cannot call him. Do you still want me to?
If you don't call him, I'm going to use my authority.
If you insist, I can call him specially for you. But
Bug is getting scared. There was some kind of incomprehensible tension between the two. Will stood there, his left hand still in his pocket and his right palm glowing and stretched out towards her. Ganon just stood there, her hands still folded politely in front of her. Her posture beautiful, and yet it felt oddly as though windswept drops of rain were sparkling and crackling in midair.
I will go, call Canon-kun. Are you absolutely certain?
Will's expression had remained unchanged the whole time.
Shannon's face was still kind and gentle. And yet, the tension was as icy as a frozen lake. Beginners in chess will sometimes move their king into check without noticing it. One might mercilessly capture the king in this situation. Yeah, hurry up already. But high-level players are supposed to calmly tell their opponent about their mistake. You can't throw, you're not allowed to throw in high level. If you take one more step, you'll get captured. This was similar to. I see. So, draw. I get it. That's enough. You guys can take it in turns to run the reception desk. Slowly, Will lowered his hands. Thank you for understanding. The glow slowly vanished from Will's palm. That completely incomprehensible tension melted away like a sugar cube in water. However, nothing had changed since the beginning. Will's expression and Shannon's expression were the same as they always had been. Yay, it's Shannon! Oh, are you leaving? Footsteps approached them. It was Leon. Just having a casual conversation. I wanted to ask her something. What could that be? Did you find what you were looking for? Yeah. I'm honored to have been of service. That's a shame. If you were looking for an umbrella, I could have gotten you one right away. Did you convince Kinzo? I told him that a rare guest wanted to greet him. He says he'll meet with you. Did you tell him that I wanted to ask about Beatrice? Isn't that your job? With a slightly mischievous look, Leon turned away. Will scratched his head and shrugged, looking annoyed. Ah, well. Guess I'll get a chance to try this out at least. Will opened his right hand and showed it to Leon. It was just a hand, without anything remotely remarkable about it. Leon's head tilted to the side in bafflement at this strange gesture. Good work. Wait. Your name was... It's Shannon. That's right, Shannon. Please take over at the reception desk. And make sure you keep warm. Thank you very much, Leon-sama. Shannon bowed deeply in response to Leon's kind words. There was not even a trace of tension in her manner. Let's go, Will. You don't want to miss this chance. The head's mood changes quicker than the autumn sky. Good luck. Here we go. Wow! Okay, guys. I think now is the time for me to go and get some water. So I'll be right back. I need to get water. I'm here. I brought Willard-san. Hmm. Ginso and Genji could be seen in the VIP room. Yeah, I brought him. Here he is. Ginso was sitting back in a chair, his eyes closed as though in a troubled sleep. Master, the guest has come to see you. Ginso slowly opened his eyes. Those eyes were red from crying. They regained their focus and slowly fell on Will. I am Ushinomiya Ginso. Will, I am Willard. Allow me to express my condolences. So, you came here to attend Beatrice's funeral. Just who are you? I am no one. I have no connections with anyone. Don't think too deeply about it. You just get a headache. Ow! I ask that you choose your words a little more carefully. Smile. What a strange guest. So, what business do you have with me? I want to ask you about Beatrice. What? Ginso's gaze grew sharp. Leon felt a bit lightheaded and wondered why this guy had to be so direct. Why do you ask? You're no one, aren't you? What do you want to know about Beatrice? What is your purpose? I was hired to do this. Because I'm no one. I can listen to your tale impartially and record it. You will probably leave this world before too long. If you die without telling anyone anything about Beatrice, your children will adorn Beatrice with whatever tale they please, writing that into their memories. You entertain me, boy. Do you plan on writing my will for me? That is my name. But that is none of your business. Beatrice is mine alone. No matter what other people say, no one can defile our tale. What they say is of no consequence. No matter how Kraus and the others misconstrue it, it will be neither painful nor vexing to me. Willard-sama, the master is not fond of wills. There's a piece of dialogue barely early on in the question arcs. I think it's like episode 2, maybe even episode 1, where they basically say a paraphrased version of this line, and I was cracking up already. Because, like, that's unintentional, but it's really funny that they say that. Like, oh, just you wait until you meet that guy. He's not the sort of man who would abandon a task, so that it might be performed after his life ends. Probably true. I thought it sounded a bit like you. The ability to struggle on as long as we have life is what makes us human. You'd think I would give up so soon and leave behind a will? How laughably absurd. Yes, that does sound a bit more like you. It's not your style to ask someone to write about the past, just because you think your death is drawing near. We know how deeply you love Beatrice-sama. You are the model most worthy of respect that any of us know. and an example for us to follow in every aspect of our lives. Please guide our wandering souls and tell us just how much you loved her, grandfather. How you were able to live through everything you faced because of her love. I only ask for you to give us by showing us that love string. You're pretty good at this. It's your fault for being so tactless. Boy, what do you know of Patorici? A truly ignorant person wouldn't even be interested in learning more. The mere fact that you know Beatrice's name shows that you are neither ignorant nor unconnected. Good point. The Beatrice I know of is the woman you loved. The one you met before the mansion on Rokujima was even built. However, she probably departed from this world, leaving behind a daughter. And that's the girl who was raised in Guadalajara. Oh, Willard-sama. There is no building known as Kuwadorian on Rokujima. That name, Kuwadorian. You mentioned it when you were talking with Aunt Rosa too. What in the world does it mean? You should have an idea by now. It's the name of the hidden mansion deep in the forest where his mistress's daughter lived. Interesting. So you actually know the name of Kuwadorian. Continue. You have sparked my interest. Kinzo shrugged and grinned. The one living in Kuwadorian was probably Beatrice's daughter. However, it seemed that you, at least, didn't think of her that way. Oh, then how did I think of her? Yeah, Will, how did Kinzo think of her? Everybody wants to know. When Ushiromiya Rosa went to Kuwadorian, Beatrice told her a little about herself. In that conversation, she referred to you as Kinzo. It was the same when she spoke to you directly. Though she said that she thought of you as a father, she didn't call you father. She either chose not to call you that, or she wasn't allowed to call you that. That can only mean one thing. And what might that be? Reincarnation. You didn't think of your daughter as a child Beatrice left behind. You believed that the dead Beatrice had revived into a new body. Genji. Once in the past, you spoke in front of Natsuki and several other family members, saying that there never was a child between Kinzo and Beatrice. In episode 1, we just heard that like 2 streams ago, so it is fresh in our memory. Thank you, Lost Bot, I guess. I have no memory of saying this. Yeah, it was several episodes ago. Understandable. Of course, this game's Genji probably wouldn't remember that. However, near the end of the first game, there you go, when the survivors had all gathered in Kinzo's study, right before the letter appeared. Genji was asked whether Kinzo and Beatrice ever had a child together, and he denied it, saying, "I have not heard of anything like that." That may have been a lie, but in a way, it was a model answer for one of Kinzo's confidants. After all, in Kinzo's eyes, she wasn't a daughter, but Beatrice reborn. Will, I don't know what you're talking about, but I will not let you slander the family head. This isn't slander, it's reasoning. However, I understand the hearts. In your eyes, Beatrice was the woman you loved most. She remained that way even after death, for all eternity, and without fading in the slightest. I doubt you thought of her as Beatrice Reborn at the moment of her birth. However, it wouldn't be strange if you slowly began to wonder whether that child, whose blue eyes and beautiful blonde hair reminded you of a younger Beatrice, might actually be Beatrice Reborn. Master, shall I? Shall I kill this man? Shall I drag this true child out? Genji asked Kinso. For a while, Kinso hung his head in silence, as though remembering something from his own past. Your daughter grew to be beautiful, and nearly identical to her mother. You must have been ecstatic. However, I doubt you'd be completely satisfied by that alone. After all, though she was Beatrice born to you, she didn't think of herself that way. How can you know that? Whenever she was called Beatrice, she got this feeling she couldn't shake away. A feeling like something was out of place. People never feel anything about out of place, about the name they're given at the time of their birth. However, she didn't have that feeling. That must mean she was aware that the name Beatrice wasn't hers. In Coadorian, she asked both Kinso and Rosa about who she was. Who am I? Everyone calls me Beatrice, and that doesn't it seem to be the name of a great witch, as you say? But that isn't me. I cannot use any magic. I simply have the soul of that witch shield inside my body. Her memory would have returned eventually. She must surely have been Beatrice reborn. Her memories was coming back, bit by bit. My magical ceremonies were helping her regain her memories one little bit at a time. Hitsama! There's no need to be surprised. If you line up the information in all the games so far, this is the obvious answer you get. The high-level Beatrice talked about this. By metaphor, she said that Kinso refused to let the witch's soul escape even after death, and instead caught it and locked it up in a body of flesh. Yes, this part really stumped Bug, I remember. She also said that her power and memory had been sealed. If you match that interpretation of hers to this theory, it all makes sense. Willard-sama, thanks to powerful magical ceremonies, the Master gained a reborn child of the dead Beatrice-sama. That cannot be denied. I won't deny the story. And I only tend to doubt the depths of Kinso's love for this woman called Beatrice. How a man shows his affection for a child who's only the living reminder of her mother is no one's business. If she grew to look more and more like Beatrice, and Kinso's love gave rise to a new, special emotion, I find that a very human reaction. You think you can understand my love? I'm not qualified to understand it. However, I'm also not qualified to deny it. Oh, Beatrice, please, forgive me. Kinso sobbed quietly for a while, wiping away his tears. Because of love, he believed she was Beatrice reborn, and raised her that way. However, something in his heart, he might have felt pangs of conscience, telling him that he might be forcing his emotions on someone who wasn't really Beatrice. Then, the Beatrice of Coadorian had an unexpected guest, Rosa. That woman simply couldn't believe that she was the Beatrice Ginzo desired. She couldn't stand the fact that she didn't understand who she was, and she wanted to escape to the outside world. Doesn't this sound familiar, by the way? Doesn't this sound like what was happening with our battle and battler in the previous episode? This is something that I didn't put together until the last time I read it, by the way. When people were mentioning how much Valor was being compared to Ginzo in that episode. Then, he fell from the cliff and died. Kenji handled that death, which couldn't become public knowledge, very quietly. Funerals aren't for the dead. They exist so that those who are alive can sever their ties with the dead. You could never do that. That's why it festered within you. Beatrice. Oh! Grandfather. You lost your mistress's daughter. No. You lost Beatrice twice. Unable to let that sorrow show on the outside, you kept it locked up in your heart, and it eventually festered and turned to madness. That's what spurred on your abnormally strong interest in the occult in your later years. Oh! Beatrice! Beatrice! Why? Why did you leave me twice? Your smile, beautiful hair, those eyes. Why did you die in my arms not once, but twice? Is that how much you... Oh! Oh! By now, Ginzo wasn't even trying to suppress his sobs. He sometimes scratched his head in anger. Sometimes faced the heavens like an opera singer. Ginzo yelled over and over again, repeating Beatrice's name. At that moment, there was a quiet sound of a door closing. When they turned around, she was already there. Oh fuck! Komasawa had appeared. If they already know that much, perhaps we can tell them the rest. Though, if they know that much, I don't believe there is anything more to tell. No, we should tell them. As a woman, I've always thought that the heart of Coadorian's Beatrice is a story that should be told. And now, someone has appeared who is worthy to hear it. I believe that now is the time to tell all, without holding back. Kumasawa-san, do you know something about Beatrice? Of course she does. In the fourth game, we have testimony from the ferryboat captain saying that Kumasawa went in and out of Coadorian. I'd be willing to bet that Kumasawa had different work shifts at the mansion in Coadorian. There was a young girl to be taken care of. Kumasawa, with her long experience in taking care of children, must have been of immense value. That is correct. You might even call me that her wet nurse. No way! I can't believe it. So everything Will-san is saying is the truth? Yes. It is a fact. A secret mansion was constructed on the opposite side of the island
for Beatrice-sama. Kuwadorian's existence is truth. I don't know when Kinso married his official wife, but at that time...
Oh, I guess this is Will, because they said Kinso, not Kinso-sama. But at that time, he already had an enormous store of wealth and had Bardock and Jima home. He didn't build 2 mansions and set up 2 separate lives. Kinso's children had also been aware of Kinso's clandestine eccentricities at the time. Yeah, an official wife. It probably hadn't been easy to maintain 2 separate lives. Moreover, Kinso's wife had been suspicious and had sniffed around all the time.
The master stayed in Commodorian as much as time allowed. Would sometimes pretend to go on a business trip and stay there for several days, treasuring the time he spent with Beatrice-sama. It was not a father-daughter relationship. You could sometimes catch a glimpse of his great love for the dead Beatrice-sama, and it was a heartwarming thing, I'm sure.
The way you say it makes it sound like he sometimes treated her as a substitute for the dead Beatrice.
Oh, it is, if it sounded that way. My apologies. Beatrice-sama probably accepted her father's love. However, I will not deny that she was sometimes forced to bear a love she didn't understand.
Oh, okay. Kumazawa's tone made it sound as though she was scolding Kinso. I wonder why. This is where I would pose one of those thinking emotes, the ones that people have, that have a spinning variant, but I don't have one of those. But if I had one, I would post it right there. As a mother who had raised many kids, Kumazawa had probably spotted that Kinso's love was sometimes misplaced. However, the more she grew to look like her mother. Yeah, actually, Rosa emote is pretty good for this. The more distorted and twisted Kinso's heart became. Because of it, his deep love, it grew very, very twisted. You are right to scold me, my friends. I understand. My love is eternal and undying. However, I must acknowledge that I poured that affection onto the wrong person.
Grandfather, wait, you don't mean... Leon-sama, all humans in this world are tied to each other. Even if they do not notice, there is always some sort of tie. Those ties wrap themselves around people and bring them together. No way. Grandfather.
Just as Kinso had done, Leon also wiped away tears and stared down at the floor. Apparently, the truth had been too much of a shock for the young successor to handle. I wonder what he discovered. What truth?
Master, the time to speak has arrived, has it not?
I see. So, that time has come, my friends. Unless you tell us, none of the truth will become clear. Master, I believe they may have the qualifications and the right to know. I know. Perhaps on this day of my fickle funeral, Beatrice in heavens has given me a chance to atone. Forgive me for not telling you this before now. After taking a deep breath, Kinso finally lowered the hands that had been covering his face. and looked at Will and Leon, with those red eyes. Grandfather. You listen too, Leon. Yes. Willard, was it? Yeah. I thank you for giving me a chance to speak of the truth while I am still able. You must surely be a messenger from heaven sent by Beatrice. Well, he is a messenger from the heaven, but he wasn't sent by Beatrice. The court of heaven, to be more precise. You have my gratitude. Beatrice is the one you have to thank. It was just a witch. Well, I guess they're both witches. I do not care who it was. I've been given a chance. That is enough. Thank you, Willard. Kinzo slowly stood up and held out his right hands. He was offering to shake hands. It must have been Kinzo's way of expressing his gratitude. Will responded. Then the two hands gripped each other tightly in silence. When they did, a bright light poured out from the gap between the two hands. Will felt as though something the size of a grain had burned itself into his palm. It was the power that Bryn Castell had given him. The light grew brighter and brighter. However, it seemed that Kinzo and the others couldn't see it. Now, I will speak. I met Beatrice Castiglione, just before the end of the... Confirmed. She's Italian. She is 100% Italian. She came from across the sea. I forgot this part was in this episode, honestly. No wonder this episode reaches a full length. Are you Kinzo? It's how grandfather looked in the past. Gotham Kinster. Wow, Beatrice sure looks different. I've seen photos. Just what on earth? It's the theater going power that Bryn Castell gave me. Don't try to understand. I'll just get a headache. You're getting the hang of this. At one time, Genji told Balor that he looked like Kinzo in his youth. Sure enough, though the young Kinzo wasn't exactly the same as Balor, they looked very similar. Can we see Jeremy Fragrance Kinzo? Do you want me to show the other sprites? We gotta see. Okay, let's see the other sprites. I don't know who Jeremy Fragrance is. I'm being threatened. I can't push the button until they tell me who Jeremy Fragrance is. I'm not pushing the button until you tell me who Jeremy Fragrance is. You said Pachinko Adler looked like he was a Jeremy Who was that? Who the fuck is Jeremy Fragrance? Let me see. I need to look it up. He's a perfume reviewer who's also insane. Oh, it's not even the guy that I know. The perfume reviewer that I know. The what's it called? The fragrance kid, I think it's the one that I know. Really, really fucking funny kid. Okay. Okay, I'm seeing pictures. Okay, it's in my mind. It's in my mind. I can't show the video because my OBS is fucked, and it's really hard to crop anything in this because I have to do it manually. But I've seen pictures of the guy. Okay, I have it in my tabs. It's there. Let's go. 1, 2, 3, go. Oh yeah, he is an edit, even in this form, huh? I think I'm gonna do the Kinso voice. Even though he's way younger, I'm gonna do the Kinso voice. Allow me to introduce myself again. I am Ushiromiya Kinso. Whoa! Oh hey, Leon looks nice. Okay. Go back to this one. Grandfather. Even the boys seem to resemble Battler somehow. Clearly, Battler had inherited Kinso's blood more thickly than any other. I have no desire to succeed to Shinomiya family headship. My being chosen as the head was nothing more than a prank of fate. Okay, fuck it. We already opened Pandora's box. Show me Leon. No, Leon. Will looks kind of weird, but Leon looks fine. In the Great Kanto earthquake, those in charge passed away, and you were selected from the branch families. That's correct. After all, Grandfather was wise despite his youth, and he already possessed a dignity fitting for the headship. Love that Kinso's hair isn't white because he's old. It's just white. Excuse me. Clearly, Kinso's hair used to be red. And then he experienced World War II, and his hair turned white from the trauma. I think that can actually happen in real life, and wasn't made up. Ridiculous. Those greedy elders kept looking out for their own personal interests and couldn't decide on the new head at all. It was as foolish as arguing about who the new captain should be on a sinking ship. So, since you have no connections with anyone in the main family, you were selected right out of the blue. It's all because of my toes. Screen cap in this one. I know what he means, but great thing to say out of context. If only I had one less toe on each foot, my life may have turned out quite differently. Actually, you know, the full paragraph is also good. Out of context. In the Yoshinomiya family, polydactyly was seen as a mark of good fortune. After all, many of the great ones in their family history had possessed it. It was all very pathetic. The elders didn't care for whom they dragged in as long as it wouldn't benefit any one of them particularly. So, they just happened to hear that someone in one of the branch families had 6 toes, and decided that it would do well enough. Precisely. The elders didn't care what sort of novice became the next head, as long as they could make him their puppet. In fact, the more this person was ignorant of leadership, the better it would be for them. Grandfather, Leon, it is quite different in your case. You will be the one who inherits everything I have. That is the fate you were granted on the day of your birth. That is why I gave you that silver ring and raised you so strictly. See? The other day I was theorizing. What if this guy? Because I was already talking about this guy in the spoiler chats, has polydactyly, and here I think they're very heavily implying it. You are quite different from me. You are already a splendid successor, of whom no one could be ashamed. Yes, sir. A puppet for a head. I doubt that could have been easy. As he pondered about whether to begin, Ginso laughed bitterly. It would probably bring back painful memories no matter where he started from. It lasted for so long, a span of grey days. That dizzying stretch of time I spent dead, like moss growing on a rock. It became the rope in a tug of war between the elders, who thought of nothing but their own profits. And I probably could have snapped at any moment. Okay, yeah. Maybe. Maybe Leon has only 4 toes. However, people are far more resilient than one would think. Though I spent so many days as though I had been killed, I was not killed. So, I was forced to search for death on my own. Before I realized it, I had reached an age at which the young would laugh at me if I tried to call myself young. That dizzying long stretch of grey was left completely empty. It lasted for a full 20 years. In 20 years, a person can be born, find a purpose, and even become their own man with their own place in the world. Not in 2026, but sure. Back then, sure. In short, if one truly becomes a human only when they have become a working adult. Oh no, poor Kinsa. Then I spent a period of time long enough to create a human. Doing nothing but playing the part of those greedy elders' puppets. Ironically, though that time aged my body, it did not. Oh, there you go! His hair became white. This is evidence. Hard evidence. It's basically stated right there in the text. This is how my hair became white. It did not age my mind. My mind alone was still as young as it had been during those rich, happy days before I was summoned to Odawara. And yet, my body alone grew older and older. It's pretty potent, yeah. I do not disagree, and yet, my body alone grew older and older. Eventually, the vast gap between the two reached almost incomprehensible levels. So, I could hardly believe that the worn-out man in the mirror was really me. No, it really wasn't me. The head of the Yoshinomiya family was just a name. It had no power. It didn't require that I have any independence. There was no need for me to get involved with anything. I was just a doll sitting there on a doll rack, gathering dust. I remember nothing but lazily flipping through Western books I liked, locking myself up inside my own world. Doing nothing but playing with roses and drinking terrible drinks. And it lasted a full 20 years. Before I knew it, I suddenly had a wife I did not know. It wasn't any wife I had chosen. It was the daughter of some noble family that the elders had chosen and forced on me for their own reasons. You know, I like the difference. Even though by nature, Kinso and Battler are the most alike, by nurture, the ones who are most alike are Kinso and George. Because a lot of this is very similar to George's life, except not 20 years, but he was on his way. But that did not matter to me. I did not love my wife, but neither did I dislike her. I just didn't care. I fathered a few children, but that wasn't out of love for my wife. They were just born before I knew it. That's all there was to it. That was Bug. George was definitely primed to be Kinso too, I guess. Yeah, I mean, Eba had the model there. She had the mold. She knew how to do it. None of it mattered. No, that's not quite right. Everything was decided by someone other than me, and I simply obeyed. That was the job of the Yoshinomiya family head. Yes, on some level, I did feel as though I was being slowly and quietly killed. I can't believe it. To think that you, the one who has been praised for being such a bold and wise ruler, lived life like that for so long. You can really tell Leon is not his kid. Leon, there is nothing so long in fate as a life you do not live for yourself. And yet, it slides on by in a blink of an eye. Do not forget this. A life you live for yourself. Living means having your own will. Me! And here I am. You probably were dead during that time. Precisely. I wanted to live. No, I wanted to die. How can a puppet die? By cutting the strings. I forgot about this part. The metaphor has escaped the narration and has broken containment and is in the dialogue now. Correct. That would be death. And it would also be life, since it would mean being free. Before I realized it, trouble was brewing in the world. World War II. I was not expecting to hear wingless with the text World War II. The Pacific War. Japan had extended their war fronts too far to the east and west, and the tide of war was changing. Thanks to the influence of the elders, I was able to avoid conscription. Of course, this was not out of compassion for me. It was because I was their precious puppets. So, the war never really felt that close to me. However, when I personally decided to abandon their protection, it was very easy. At that time, the Yoshinomiya family had almost completely collapsed, and since the elders had apparently gathered enough of the scraps to last them the rest of their lives, they seemed to care little for what I did, not that they no longer had any use for me. So, I realized that I finally found my time to die. One by one, I cut the threads I was hanging from, and began to search for a place to end my life. So, you search for death on the battlefields? I thought that if I was going to die anyway, I should try to be of some use to my country. No, that's a lie. I probably just lacked the willpower to end my own life. War was a suitable excuse for death. Did your funny message making fun of Kinso? What? No, I didn't see it. Which one? What Kinso? No sympathy for Kinso here. I heard that grandfather had knowledge necessary for public works projects and construction, so he was tasked with setting up facilities for the Navy construction team. And what a foolish mistake that was. If only I had just said that I had no useful skills, I could have been sent to the dangerous front lines right away. So, you didn't need to go to the front lines? Some of the others were overjoyed at their luck. It was the opposite for me. I had only wanted to get drunk on the liquor known as dying for the sake of one's country. The US planes did nothing but cut across the skies of that forgotten islands. They didn't have even a bullet to spare for me, much less a bomb. Yeah, I'm glad that he's like, actually no, I'm just pretending. I don't care about my country. Is this the time you met Beatrice, grandfather? Correct. She came to me from the sea. Where did you meet her? You mentioned an island. Yes. This island. That's where she arrived. So, you met here, on Rokenjima. What's going on? I heard that Rokenjima was uninhabited until you bought it, grandfather. I never knew that there was a Japanese military base here. Yes, you could hardly call that a military base. It was just a cave. I was one of the guards of the cave. "1944. Just 1 year before somebody hits a bullet. Joining the army as a suicide method. I just saw a show about that. It's called Sera Gundam. At least partially. The character who was doing that had some very fucking weird ideology about gender. Due to the honorable defeats and it pretty much underlined that entire narrative. Due to the honorable defeats at Saipan and Guam, Japan's absolute national defense zone strategy was in shambles. Where had the gallantly shown at Pearl Harbor gone? The old attackers were now the ones on the defensive. At that time, it was said that the last trump card for the Japanese military was a type of manned torpedo known as the Kaiten. It was said that these ultimate weapons, packed with 1.55 tons explosives, were capable of sinking any kind of warship with a single blast. To strengthen homeland defense, the Navy drafted a plan to build a string of hidden bases from Hachijo Islands. Oh, thank you for the follow. To Yokosuka. And sorry if there was no follow, and I just hallucinated that. All to house submarines loaded with Kaiten torpedoes. I heard it, but I didn't see it. Incredibly funny growing up in the US with Pearl Harbor's propagandized to hell and back from the other side and getting to read, damn, what happened to all that badass Pearl Harbor shit we were doing? Another social worker moment, sure. True? I knew that there was a Kaiten base constructed on Hachijo Islands. But was there actually one on Rokkenjima too? What fool decided it would be a good idea to plant a base on this desolate island? To better preserve his secrecy? Ridiculous. I could never understand what the higher-ups were thinking, and I didn't particularly want to. The Kaiten, which could finish off a large warship with a single strike, truly was an ultimate weapon. It was hoped that the presence of submarines capable of loading these weapons in the waters just off of Japan would allow for a powerful sea ambush as a final line of defense. So, to aid in an establishment of a base with absolute secrecy, the uninhabited island of Rokkenjima was raised as a possible candidate. An investigation of the island resulted in the discovery of a large cave in the cliffs, and this was apparently deemed to be a suitable location for a submarine base. So, we were tasked with aiding in the establishment of that base. Establishment? Certainly, if you can call digging out a cave establishment. Not only that, the base was abandoned before its completion. Why? Because at that time, Japan no longer had any submarines large enough to transport a Kaiten torpedo. How truly laughable. What's the point in having a submarine base if there aren't any submarines left? If there's one thing that never changes, it's politicians and their meaningless projects. The base in Hachijo Island was outfitted with Kaiten torpedoes and became a base for direct attacks. But Rokkenjima was never supplied with any. Furthermore, the construction was eventually suspended, and a minimum number of men were stationed on the islands. Waiting for orders from above that never came. Could the fact that it was hidden base actually have sealed our fates? The higher-ups had already completely forgotten about this useless and pointless cavern. Japan could have just completely been overcome by the US and ceased to exist, and these guys wouldn't even know. We were nothing more than guards for a mere cave. We spent our days farming, fishing, and playing with the dirt. All the while gazing up at the American formations flying past. Some of our group were relieved at the prospect of the war ending before anyone remembered we were here. And before any of us had to face a real battle. Of course, it was the opposite for me. I hoped and hoped for the American troops to advance and kill me as soon as possible. Those days were empty, blank. Let us go back. Back to the turning point in my life and my fate. The time that Ushinomiya Kinso finally became truly alive. What do you say? What do you say, guys? Do we call it here? Is this a good place to call it, or do you want to keep going? It's been almost 5 hours now. Oh man, and we still have to check the poll. The polls. I guess we'll call it here. Let's check the polls. Okay, we got it. Seems nobody answered. Okay, that's it. Bye. No, I'm kidding. Here's the answers. Let me get them over here. And over here. And oh, where are they? Here they are. The best and the worst. Here we go. First, we have the best. It's a big ass picture. No! Oh, that was close. I almost messed up my whole thing. Here we go. Smaller. There. That fits. That fits. This is the best. Looks like Anji is back. Anji is back. On top. Beata's still on top, of course. It is episode 6. It makes sense. Lanner got a bunch of boats as well. Good for her. Tepar in 4-4 even got all of the goats. It's a really good vote. Erika is down by 2 votes. I had a feeling it was only going to happen once, but I'm glad it happens. Canon got 2 votes, nice, because Canon is epic. Battler, the host of this episode, got 1 vote. Shannon and Canon got 1 each, Natsuki got 1, Skrow's got 1, Genji and Kinso got 1. What about George, guys? George was in that story a lot, you know? No votes for George? They're feeling stretched thin again. There's too many fucking characters. And they just keep adding more. But also, they're stretched thin because, yeah. 6 has a lot of characters, is the thing. And the adults barely appear in episode 6, so yeah. It checks out. George was bad. Not even trying to sugarcoat it or anything. No, George was bad. He sucked. He's not too good. Okay, here we go. These are the worst. Burn! Got one vote. Oh, wait, I forgot to vote! Fuck! Hang on. I didn't vote myself. Can you edit in +1 for George for my vote? Sure, I'll do it right now. No problem. I was definitely gonna vote for George. Here we go. Here's my thing. I think I need to vote for these guys. Sorry. I have to do it. We got you. We got you. We got who else? Who else? Who else? No, no, no. How many have I chosen? Only 2? Wow. Okay, we go you. And you, of course. Okay, we're 4 in already. And who's gonna be the last one? This one is hard. Daniel-san catching a stray, yeah. I guess we can go with you. You're pretty good in this one. And then which characters I hate? Fucking hate Ronaldo. Now I'm gonna put him there just because Ronaldo was the first in the list. We can go with you. We can go with you again. We can go... You're not even in this episode. I can't vote for you. No, no, no. I don't know. This one's hard for me. Because I kind of like everybody in this episode. Oh, well, I guess I can go for the easy George answer. That one's easy. Rosa really didn't do anything in this episode, so I can't vote for her in a good conscience. She barely showed up. Yeah, I don't know. You? George is such an easy answer, and he's in every episode, so it's even easier. Unlike Rosa, who like sometimes just doesn't show up. But George says like 2 lines and oh right, this is why I fucking hate George. George cannot help himself to be George is the problem. Rosa can keep it in. Rosa knows how to keep the mask on. How many do I have? 4. I only need 1 more. I don't know, guys. I'm gonna go for... You're not even in the episode. I can't vote for you. What do you think I should vote for? Give me a recommendation. This guy. Yeah, sure. Let's go with this one. I'm gonna use my Tea Party knowledge. And I voted for Okonogi because Okonogi implied that he wanted Anjay to get killed. Like, that's not good. That's not nice. That's not very nice to Anja. You shouldn't do that. I disagree. Okay, here's the real poll. This is the real poll, not that bullshit poll you just saw. Yeah, I know you hate Amakusa. It's easy for you. You know, while we were watching this whole scene with uh, Kinso telling us about how he wants to die in the war and how he feels like he hasn't been living his whole life, I think about that one conversation with Amakusa in episode 4, which is like basically the same conversation but positive. Like, no, I have been living my whole life, and even though it's almost gotten me killed multiple times, I don't regret it. And even though everybody hates me for living my life, I'm satisfied. Okay, here we go. Here's the real polls. I can't fit them both at the same time without blocking everything else. It's fine. There we go. This is the real poll. And you can see, of course, I voted for Beto. I can't, but this is how I noticed that I didn't vote. I was like, I can't believe nobody voted for Lambda. And then I thought, wait a second. If Lambda has one vote, it's me. Clearly, I am dead in this poll, so I have to revive. Like, this episode 6 is probably my favorite Lambda. Except maybe for future episodes, but episode 6 Lambda is really good. Okay, so we got that one. I voted for Canon, so I added an extra vote for Canon. Anjay, I think I also voted for Anjay and Lanor. Yes, I just added to the pile. I voted for Erika, and that's it. I gave it to one of them, so I don't feel too bad about it. And then the characters you hate, we got Burn at 2. I voted for Burn. Kinso at 3. I didn't vote for Kinso because I don't think Kinso's in that episode. If it is, I've completely forgotten what Kinso does in this episode. She seems like the kind of person who would not bother. He's not, I just hate him. I understand. I voted for Evatrice. I considered voting for Evatrice and Eva, but that just felt unfair. Like, come on. Evatrice already has one vote. We don't need to add one to Eva. Rudolph is another good one. Rosa? No, I don't think I voted for any of the adults. Except for Evatrice. But that barely counts. I voted for George. I voted for Okonogi. And Kasumi's still getting some leftover hate. Rosa, but again. Really good one. Erika? Yes, yes. And that's it. So nothing spectacularly from me except for me being the only Lambda voter. I needed to save Lambda from hell. Yay! I'm glad democracy won once again. These are gonna be your new representatives for the next 4 years. I hope you don't regret your decision. But which ones? The ones I voted for, or the ones I voted against? Don't worry about it. If you voted for Erika, you win no matter what. And I think this might be the episode where Badler got the least amount of votes. So that's a pretty interesting results. Badler only got 1 vote in both polls combined. So I guess our final take on Badler's game is, sorry Badler, you kind of fumbled it. We enjoyed every. Well, I guess the point of his episode is that he was not. It was not about him, so I guess he succeeded. He was trying to not be the center of attention of his own game. He's like, look at these guys, look at Canon, look at Shannon, they're epic. Look at my awesome cousins, Jessica and Maria. Okay, let's call it here for tonight. I'm gonna think about if I do an OPNG for this episode, because conceptually it's hard. I don't want to just make my cat dressed up, because that's not really the thing I'm going for here, you know? I have to think about what it would be. Bring out the bird. Oh yes, my bird Sona that I have. Just make up more Sonas. Now the third one has to be a dragon, I think. I just have to go all in and make it a dragon. And if it's not a dragon, I go with rodents. One of the two. It's either dragon or rodents. I steal a ton of Valor and make it a scorpion. Pretending I don't hate scorpions. I can't do it. I can't do a Ratsona during this period. It would be too much of a blow to a certain mouse. It would feel like some underhanded move from my parts. So I can't do it right now. I'm gonna Riyadh. That's right, not Ray, Riyadh. Since this is a special circumstance that I find myself in, looking at my people who are online, we're gonna raid to this channel, since I never get to raid here because of schedules that never line up. You know, one of the things that I'm really looking forward to when I'm done with Umineko is that I'm gonna be able to go back to the Friday slot. Because sometimes I miss streaming on Fridays instead of Saturdays. Friday was a really good day for streaming. But I'll just wait until all has been said and done. Okay, have a good night, everyone. I hope you enjoy Leon and Will. Take care. Good night. See you again. Have a nice day.
Love it. Welcome in, Raiders. How's it going? Welcome to the stream. Hello, Bombi. Avishi, what were you up to? Oh, how did Umineko go? You know, that battler, he's not that much smarter than Bubsy. He started episode 7 of 8. Hell yeah, you're really getting through it. We are currently playing Bubsy in Sonic the Hedgehog 2. As everybody knows, the definitive way to play Sonic 2. Generally speaking. I could argue that because it has cat, it is in fact the best way. I should not go this way for it will kill me, I believe. But I don't think I have a choice. Now that I love that. I love Maria's cat. I'll take it. You know what? You need to beat Genser's score on Circus Voltaire still? Oh. I love Circus Voltaire. I'm so happy that it's getting a re-release. Uh-oh, uh-oh, uh-oh. Slow down, Bubsy. Slow your roll, mister. Oh no. What the? Hey, Fire Mountain. Yeah, one of the things is that rings are useless to Bubsy. He is still one-hit death no matter what you do, aside for if you get a shield. Or invincibility, but even then I seem to remember dying while invincible at least once. So there's probably something to that. Crap! That one's on me. I feel like we might actually be able to clear this zone, though. Yeah, Circus Voltaire is my favorite pinball table, and all of my notification sounds are from there.